So I am. That's awesome. I love that Streamlabs will show me like the actual indicator, like the input thingy, the whatchamahoos it. I went to school for this. I should know this word. I like how it shows that there's sound, but if I have voice meter muted, it doesn't matter. That's awesome. I love that. I love that so much. Anyway, you missed my whole spiel since I was muted. Hello. I hope you're doing well. I'm still a bit like shit. Why would you even mute that? Because it's easier than muting Discord. And I do talk to other people from time to time. That and I hate when I'm playing games and they have like the uh the microphone automatically turned on. Because sometimes I just like to chill out and relax and like listen to YouTube while I'm video gaming. And I don't want to be that one guy who's like blasting random ass audio through his microphone. Your throat is sore because of your AC that you just put up again. I mean, I don't blame you for putting up the AC. Like, if you guys are still in like your fucking 35-degree weather, yeah, fucking crank that shit. It's getting a little roasty toasty over here too. We got up to 37 degrees yesterday before humidity. It's an experience. Yeah, no, 35 degrees is not fun. I'm not a fan. Yeah, I don't like when it's 30 degrees by 10 either. I don't like when it's 30 degrees. Like, full stop. Like, all of that can just fuck off. I would much prefer if, like, we topped out at like 17, maybe 18 degrees. Maybe like a little bit more if there's a nice wind and it's not like too sunny. I could handle that. But 30 degrees? Nah. Nah, miss me with that. Your AC has you insanely paranoid. Oh, how come? Got me curious now. I mean, ours tried to blow up, not this year, but the year before. That was fun. We had a guy come out and take a look at it, and he had to replace like half of the guts on the unit outside. But we live in like a townhouse kind of situation, and over here they have those things like built into the building, so it wasn't that bad. You just go and replace it, and didn't have to reinstall anything. All the coolant stuff was outside, so we didn't have to worry too much. The landlord was less than impressed, but then again, the unit was like 14 years old or something, I think the guy said, so it's due to be replaced probably next year if it decides to bite the bullet again, which I hope it doesn't during the summer, because if it's going to continue to be like 30 plus degrees every day, I would like somewhere cool that I can hide. That would be preferable to me. Ooh, you're making me read. All right, what do we got? There's a pipe that goes out the window and a cover so the window isn't fully open. Small gaps, but for years we didn't have an insane cat. Oh shit! Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, your chaos gremlin's probably gonna try and like chew through the gap. You duct tape some stuff to it, but it kept coming off and making a hole. And every time I couldn't find the cat, so I just assaulted it with tape. Oh, man, yeah, no, your anxiety makes a lot more sense now. I'd be fucking paranoid with that too. Excuse me. I had a hotkey like a mute button if I'm gonna be hacking and spitting. But yeah, no, that shit does not sound like fun. I don't really know what to tell you unless you can find like a board or something that you can like put up over top of it. But like I don't know, even then the Chaos Gremlin will find a way. Go straight out the window with no screen or bugs for bugs or anything. Okay, yeah, no, it's one of those ones. No, we used to have one of those at the last apartment we lived in. I don't remember what we did. I think we managed to find like a screen panel that we could like fit over top of it. Somehow we had like a weird like duct tape situation for that one. But it was okay because like once we had set up once, it was basically good for the summer. It was just setting it up was a bit of a ordeal. Like the gap is mostly closed, but it's with zippers. Interesting. With zippers, huh? I've never seen that. That sounds kind of precarious. I'm not gonna lie. You two bug screens all on all windows, or you have bug screens on all windows, but only ever one of the two. Hmm. And the screen would cover the AC pipe. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing is that you need to find a way to get the screen over top of it that'll still let the pipe sit in the window, which is the tricky bit. Yeah, no, I see the problem there. Well, I hope you find some kind of solution. Is like having bugs in the AC unit is not ideal either. I find most of the time they're usually like pretty good about avoiding that, but like, yeah, with your weird German bugs, who knows? Maybe they're into that sort of thing. One sec, you'll go take a pic. Okay, yeah. Also, is no bugs. It shoots out hot air. Yeah. Okay. No, that's good. All right. So you don't have to worry about anything. I don't know. I was worried that maybe you had like some weird mutant European beetle or something that was just like really into hot air. Happy RB? No worries. Yeah, you go take a picture so I can tear out my hair over your AC situation. Oh, right. While he's doing that, I go and move the screen over here so that I can pretend to be drawing. That sounds like a good idea. Ooh, hi, NOC. Hey, how's it going? I'm a little sick today, so we're moving a little bit slower than usual. I also apologize if I sound like a corpse. But what do you think of the new emote? I finished that over the weekend. I kind of like it. I think it looks pretty good. Cure yourself with lots of hot tea and honey. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. That is the strategy today. Although I am sneaking in a cup of coffee just because. Lovely made so pretty. Hell yeah. I'm glad somebody likes it. I'm happy with it. Yeah, yeah, all the emotes that I'm making are just like follower only right now, so you can just use them, spam them. They are yours. Yeah, abuse your power with it. That's the right mentality to have. Your cat almost killed you on the way, but it's done and on Discord. All right, let me see. Let me see what you risked your life for here. Is it on there? I don't see it. Oh, the vibe we're going with these emotes. Yeah. Yeah, I want them to be like a little goofy, a little fun. I don't want them to be too serious. Cuz like I've seen some channels that have like the super serious edgy emotes and whatever, and like those are fine. They're so usable. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted them to be like a little bit like kind of the thing that you would just like spam randomly somewhere else just so that they're useful. Because like using them here is like cool and all. But the idea of having like people go and use these emotes somewhere else makes me really happy. So that was kind of the mentality there. Went in front of your legs so fast you were already half falling over. And Cat is like a sleeper agent. All right, let's see. What do we got? Oh my god. Oh, it's a vertical one. Also, you dragged another person into red versus blue beside Jinx. Oh, good job. Yeah, no, I don't even know how to describe your AC unit situation. Mine was pretty ghetto back in the day. This is, I think this is art, actually. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe hire a priest. That's a good AC. You're just paranoid and own tape. Okay. I mean, so long as it's working, I guess that's the main thing. You do have enough duct tape on there to like seal a boat. So I think you're good. I think you did it. And Jinx did not expect the random Mpreg. Nobody expects the random Mpreg from a Halo Machinima series. That is not something that your mind wanders to by default. At least I hope it doesn't. Maybe it does. I don't know. I'm not going to judge you. Or cannot take walking out of your room, seeing a vaguely cat-sized hole and not seeing the cat. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Don't make your life too stressful. Stress is bad. You just put like one of those cones on your cat so that he can't squeeze through like tiny holes like that. He'll be miserable, but I mean it'll be kind of funny, and it would work until he like rips it off or something, or gets stuck somewhere. That's literally just a Halo role play made public. I mean that is true, but it's a Halo role play with like a bunch of random white guys from like the early 2000s. So like I don't know. With all the ways that red versus blue could have gone, there was also women. I mean, there was like women later, right? They had like one of their girlfriends or whatever, probably like wife now or whatever at the time helping. But like it wasn't until like the later seasons when they decided to like make it like an actual production that they started getting other people in. Thanks was literally instantly there. Really? I don't remember that. It's been like 16 million years since I've watched Red versus Blue. My memory's a little hazy. Yeah, text doesn't exist. It's just like everyone else saying that church doesn't exist. Half the cast isn't real. You cannot convince me otherwise. Caesar was there in season 5. I forget. Was it like Was it season 5 or was it season 6 where they started doing like the like big animated fight scenes? Or was that later on? I forget now. You do hate her so she can go. Well, there we go. See, they only count if they're good characters. Yeah, no, I don't remember when, because like they had like you haven't seen any yet. Okay, yeah, no, because I don't remember exactly when like the production value starts to go up, because they had like cinematic bits before, but it was just like machinima stuff. Like it was just like in engine like Halo stuff. Season 6 is when they start with the freelancer lores. Yeah, I think that's when they started doing the when they started doing like the actual like choreographed like 3D animated fight scenes with Monty. Also, you love Washington so much. That's nice. I desperately need to rewatch it or like watch a Sparks Note version because I forget like most of the names. Outside of like Caboose, I have no idea who anyone is anymore. It's been so long. I remember liking it. I remember thinking it was like the funniest shit when I watched it. But that was many, many moons ago. So I'm definitely due for a rewatch. But I got a bunch of other stuff that I want to rewatch and also watch for the first time. I have a very long list of things. Red versus Blue is not at the top of that list. You'd offer a lot of unnecessarily sad edits. Of course, you would find stuff like that. That's very on brand. Ugh, okay. So, my being sick aside, do we remember last week when I was complaining about my pen not working? Because it's still not working. And now it's like kind of even worse because now the sensor isn't picking up quite as well. You can see like these lines are kind of like jaggy, like you have like little like sharp like angle switches now. That's just a thing that I have to deal with. Also, the pen pressure sensitivity is just like dead. I ended up emailing Huey on technical support, and they were like, "Oh yeah, no, that's the thing that can happen with our pens after several years of use." Unfortunately, like yada 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 yada, they were just like, "Yeah, no, just fuck you, buy a new one." So while I have the pen ordered, I decided I was gonna like take this one apart and like see if I could figure out if there was like a short term thing that I could do. So I basically have, for whatever reason, this works. There's like on like the pen here, there's like two buttons kind of over here, right? I have an elastic band wrapped around the one button, like pinning it down so it's always activated. And for whatever reason, that like bypasses the excuse me, the like input thing that like triggers like the maximum sensitivity at the start. So for now it's working. How did you figure that one out? Lots of Googling and lots of reading Reddit posts from like 3 years ago. Apparently, somebody also went on this insanity quest to like figure out how to fix their pen. Uh, as far as I understand, there's no way to like actually fix it. Like for the longest time, I thought it was like a driver issue. So I went and like uninstalled everything, reinstalled everything, did like everything clean, everything from the start, redid Clip Studio, redid my Huion drivers, redid like a bunch of stuff. No change at all. I was just like, well, that's weird. And trying to Google this stuff was like impossible. But eventually I found like an old Reddit post and they were like, oh yeah, no, like for some reason, like if you press one of the like stylus buttons on the side, it like bypasses the click function in the pen because usually when it's like not on and you like click some like just tap it, it'll act as like a left click. But if you have the button pressed down, it bypasses that, so you can use the pressure sensitivity as normal. Kind of. It's not 100%. It's still like a little goopy. Like I have to like hard press to like get the initial sensitivity, but I've just like compensated for that by moving the graph over a little bit, so now it starts like here instead of like at the zero pressure point, which is taking a little bit of getting used to, but at least now I have pressure sensitivity back, so I can actually draw lines somewhat reasonably. It's still not great, but it's better than it was last week because now at least I can use this and get like line weight that doesn't make me want to commit crimes. At least until the new pen shows up, which I hope fixes the problem. Because I really, really do not want to buy a new display tablet. If that still doesn't fix the issue, I might just like go back and use a my old like my old drawing tablet without the display and just hook up another monitor as a second monitor and just do it that way. Or I might just use this thing as like a second monitor exclusively. I don't know. But for now, it like kind of works. Like at least I get the sensitivity again, which is like a little wonky, but it does work. No screen tablets, your beloved. Yeah, I do. I do like the no screens. It's different. It's a different like experience. No screen pads are so weird. Yeah, it's a lot of. It takes a lot of getting used to. It's like getting used to using a mouse without looking at it. Kind of. It's interesting. It's not so bad once you get used to it. It's like I did like using that when I had it. Feel so lost without view. Yeah, it's definitely strange. It definitely takes some getting used to. I prefer the display tablets just for like the instant feedback and like it feels a little bit more like I'm actually drawing something instead of just like controlling a digital mouse with uh, pressure sensitivity. But both are perfectly usable. But it's been a couple of years since I've used the old what's the name for those? The non-display tablets. They've got like a specific name. Because I know the ones that I use with the display are just called display tablets. I don't remember what they're called now. Howdy, Jinx. How's it going? I'm still a little bit sick, so I apologize if I sound like a corpse. Drawing tablet names. Types? If I do that. No, I do not want Helion's clearance sale. Go away. I'm not giving you more money. I feel like if I do end up getting another display tablet, I will get something other than Huion. Not that they're like bad, like they're good, like like intro to like intermediate style tablets. Like they're fine. But I feel like even like XP Pen and stuff are getting a lot better nowadays. Um I could also just be like really financially irresponsible and get like a Wacom tablet again. Get like one of the real nice ones. That's like $5,000 or something. I could do that. That could be an idea. Okay. The internet is not helping me. It's just trying to sell me things. I guess I will never know. You saw a Reddit thread the other day where people were trying to discuss how Tucker gave birth. I see. Okay. Join us in the financially irresponsible people. Tempting. That is tempting. But I did just spend 80 Canadian dollars on a pen. So I'm going to see if that works first. Because that's going to hurt my wallet a little bit less. If that doesn't work, then we're breaking out the credit card. We're swiping away. We'll see what happens. But for right now, we're going to try and be somewhat reasonable. On a sleep mood. Yeah, see, I've got a threshold, right? We can be financially irresponsible, but only after I make like a half-assed attempt to be like a reasonable adult. Bruh, pay attention to your outing? What does that even mean? I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on. I'm not even drugged up, but my brain is slow today. So be nice. Read the messages above, maybe? Read? You want me to read? I don't do that. All I saw was that you had posted about Tucker giving birth. What else was there? You've been on PC since forever, so you're used to the hand-eye coordination. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, if you play like shooters and stuff, I feel like you're more naturally disposed to having like the non-display tablets. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. I'm very confused, but that's fine. Grandpa, it's the okay. It's the Alzheimer's. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. I would hide away as well, to be honest. Sorry, I just clued in. I've finally connected the dots. I've finally learned how to read. TLDR, you said you're on a work-related outing, and Black said to pay attention to the outing. Yeah. I mean, why would you want to pay attention to the outing though? That sounds kind of dumb. Like they already made you go out. What more do they want from you? You sent more stuff on Discord. Is it more like weird like shit? Yes, it is weird shit. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the weird shit. I appreciate you. Rude. See, like we're approaching levels of in joke that are just like incomprehensible to the average human being. It's literally not you ass. I mean, it literally is. I don't know. Think twice if you need help. Unfortunately, my avatar doesn't blink with the glasses on, so I can't, unfortunately. Okay, you gotta go now? Alright, well, enjoy your outing. Hopefully everyone is nice. Calling Texan church weird shit is crazy. Well, I mean, to be fair, like, it is literally just a meme of, like, what is more bisexual? Being bi or whatever the fuck this is going on. I don't know. I don't know about that one. It's true, though. I mean, sure. I'm not gonna argue. Mostly because my Alzheimer's is kicking in and I don't really remember what they were doing. But I will believe you. I will take it at face value. They are literally the most stereotypical bi people you've ever seen. Oh, okay then. That explains the meme. That makes a little bit more sense. Also, I'm really upset. Every time I try to, you know, Black would probably understand this. Every time I try and, like, add the ads tracker to my dashboard, it, like, breaks the dashboard, and then I have to, like, refresh the page. And then when I refresh the page, it's gone. It's very frustrating. The prior gay red versus blue meme you made on Google. Okay, so some of these are bespoke memes. I see. Okay, I understand. Just check on your chat on the dashboard. I mean, like, I have other ways, like, cause like it comes up with like the notification pop up at the top. Yeah, and like I guess there is the display thing on there. It doesn't. I don't know. Maybe I keep missing it. Maybe I'm just like really blind. That is possible. I just want it like big and like in my face so that I know when it's happening. Yeah, that's all you usually look at? Oh, okay. Well, I will just have to get used to that now because apparently doing things the way that I want to do them is dumb and stupid, and Twitch doesn't like it. So, yeah, unlike you can actually see shit. Yeah, unfortunately for me, I can't see shit. Unfortunately, I happen to be a little bit blind. Oh shit, that reminds me though. Hold on, I haven't done today's Wordle. I'm not stalling. I don't know what you're talking about. I totally have the energy and inspiration to draw today. Shut up. Wordle pissed me off. Uh, Yesterday's Wordle also pissed me off. So that's fair. I got it, but like just barely. Yesterday's was a bit annoying. You know, like Wordle in general. In general. Oh, what did it do? What did the program do to you? It ended your streak for no reason, motherfucker. Was that just like going through your the Discord thing that you were doing? You haven't done it yesterday because of that? Oh, damn. No, yesterday's word was oddly, which I felt very proud of myself for getting. It took all tries. Like, I got it in the last one, but I did get it. I was very proud of myself. The day I messaged you about it ended the streak at 24. That's weird. That's very weird. That's very annoying. I guess that means you have to start over now. You gotta get that number back up. No, hold on. That's not gonna work. I want to try and use better words today. And try and be a little bit smarter about this. No, Wordle can go fuck itself. All right, Wordle is no longer our friend. It is no longer cool to do Wordle. I understand. Let's see. Hold on. No P's, no A's, no N's. Hold on. Just want to do that just to see. We do have an E though. We have an E and a T. Yeah, I don't know. Like since you like kept like bothering me about it like last week, like it just kind of like started becoming a habit. Pisses you off when sites or games just reset you for no reason. I mean, yeah, no, like that shit is annoying. Like that's why I haven't signed in on or like signed up or whatever for the New York Times stuff. Because like I don't care. I don't want to care. Like as soon as I do it and I see the number, like the number is going to bother me, whether it keeps going up or not. I would be uh at best distracted, at most like constantly perturbed about the number, and then when it got reset, I would be very annoyed as well. So like that's fair. Ooh, you think you know the word? Okay, all right. I need to focus on this then. Let me see. We need to figure this out. Nurse's already figured out the word. Let me see. You like streaks, and you would be okay if you end the streak, but doing it like that just pisses you off so much. I mean, that's fair. Because, like, when you start going, like, especially for like 24 days in a row, under like your own ability, and then suddenly the website is like, lol, no, fuck you. That is definitely a way to take the wind out of the sails. I remember that happened to me with Duolingo back when I thought that was a good and helpful app to use. It ended up like resetting a bunch of my progress, so eventually I was just like, well, fuck it, I don't really care. Especially like you solved it, literally texted you after you solved it. Yeah, yeah, that's annoying. That is very frustrating. Let's see. There's no T in there, but it does end with E. Okay, we have that. Let's see. We will now spend the next 30 minutes agonizing over what the word could possibly be until we drive the entirety of chat insane. You eating Chinese for dinner because your parents are going out? I mean, Chinese rocks. I fucking love Chinese takeout. That is one of my favorite things. I don't get it very often because there's not a lot of good places around here. But like good, like greasy ass Chinese takeout, kind of amazing. What's your favorite thing to order? I'm curious. Because if we're like a basic bitch that does like the orange chicken and nothing else, I'm gonna judge you a little bit. I've got a few friends who order nothing but that, and they worry me a little bit. So you know what realization you had? You'd probably have a stroke with my sketches based on how I've seen you sketch. Oh, probably. You have autism and eat the same thing since I'm like 8. Fried noodles and chicken. I mean, hey, the fried noodles are good. Glass noodles with vegetables. Ooh, that's also a good one. I do really like the stir fry vegetables. The place that I used to live, I was like right beside one of their bigger malls in the city, and they had like the best, like cheap fake Chinese food. It was amazing. I always used to get the fried noodles with the vegetable stir fry, and I would get the spicy, the General Tao chicken, or I would get their black pepper beef. The black pepper beef was like top tier. That was like the shit. I loved that stuff. I would eat that stuff every day if I could. He took a screenshot of the sketch of the drawing you started yesterday, or started yes Saturday. If you want, do you want to see? Sure, show me this. Show me this. I need it. Give me a stroke. Put me in the hospital. I'm ready. Maybe flute? No, but we're close. Okay. I just talked to chat for another 10 minutes. Maybe I'll think of another word. One sec, Jinx, say you picked with parrots. Okay, no, understandable. The parrots are priority here. Ah, you're so close. Yeah, we got this. We got this one. We got two more guesses. There is no possible way that we fail. Okay, so it's not flutes. What else is letter L, letter T? We're basically out of vowels. So it's probably either an... Well, no, it wouldn't be the E. We know the E doesn't go where the U is there. So it's probably an I. So now, what would be a word? Let me see. Scent. Okay. Let me be distracted by the stroke inducing sketch. Okay, yeah, no. I mean, yeah, I get that. I remember when I was in like high school or whatever, we were in art class and I would watch like pretty much everyone sketch stuff like this and it drove me insane. It's a file sketch for the record, you paint over that. I mean, like, it works. Like, this is like a thing that people actually do, and it like actually turns out good. But it does hurt my brain a little bit. Was that a portrait? I mean, it's supposed to be like a Halo guy, I assume. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be very embarrassed. I mean, yeah, you made so what detail is what? Although it only took like a minute. Yeah, no, like that's the thing. When you like scribble in sketches like this, like you can get it like in very fast. Like the issue for me, with doing stuff like this now would be like trying to do line art. Like especially in like the thicker areas here, I would be like stuck for ages trying to figure out like, okay, where do I want the line to actually be? And then I would go insane. Yes, definitely wrong, totally. Line art can go fuck off. I mean, that's true. Line art is a bitch. It looks real pretty, but oh my god. Line art should not be that hard. Like, if I could, I would go and take like a college course specifically on how to do line art. Like, I would do like a whole 4 year thing just to like learn that shit. You can make cleaner sketches, you just choose not to. I mean, yeah, like it's a comfort thing, right? Like, there's no wrong way to sketch, right? Because like you're just like putting ideas out onto the paper, and like so long as it gets your idea across for you that you can go back and like refine it into like a drawing later, then like that's good enough. Like that's fine. Shit don't need to make sense for anybody else. You just need to get it out so that you can come back to it later. Also, like trying to find a reference for the Mark 6 armor is pain because of how many games that armor was in. I don't remember which one is which. But I know there's like a lot of different Halo armor to choose from. You can get like a bunch of different cool designs. I remember messing around with that a lot in Halo Reach. They had like a bunch of different cosmetics you could play with. Mark 6 is the one almost all red versus blue characters have. Okay, but which one is that from? Is that like is that like one of the armor sets that like Master Chief used in one of the games, or is that just like a separate Spartan armor? I don't know. It's been very, very long since I thought about Halo lore. You're not sure? Hmm. Okay. Because like, well, I mean, if you were like Google searching for it, you just type in Mark 6 Spartan armor, you'd probably get like a bunch of pictures of Master Chief if it was, but I assume not then. You know, the armor has been in almost all games with different details. Hmm. Yeah, that's the other thing is like they keep like changing stuff. Like the more high res they made the Halo games as time went on, and like I know most of the time they actually like in lore updated the armor so that it was like supposed to look different, but sometimes they didn't. I don't know. I remember it was like a whole thing, but I was not that much of a nerd at the time, so I never really got into it. They changed the helmet details like 3 times. Yeah, yeah. No, this stuff was like constantly evolving as like they discovered like higher resolutions, as they learned to shove more polygons into Master Chief. Things kept moving around a little bit. But I guess that makes sense. They weren't exactly concerned about nerds on the internet trying to find consistency like 20 years later. Okay, I need to figure out this wordle. I've been putting this off for a while. So it's not flute. Let's see. Something Lite. There we go. See, the pen doesn't quite work. I like crying. Oh yeah, no, like look at this. Look at that. See, like that's getting refined down. See, like I've seen some people that'll like just straight up do like what I would consider like sketch layers like 3 or 4 times. Like each time going through they would like refine stuff a little bit more. It was almost like watching somebody like make something out of clay where they just like slowly like build up to like narrow down their sketch idea. It's like super cool to watch. Like I remember seeing that sort of thing in like speed paints and stuff, like way back in the day when I used to like binge those constantly, and it was super cool because like watching it in like the time lapse, it just straight up like looked like the lines were like molding together, and it had like this really cool effect. It made for really cool line art. Weirdly simple for your ADHD brain. You time lapse that canvas. Yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be cool to look at when you're done. It always has like a really neat effect. Like just watching the lines come together. It's almost like when you're frying an animation, where you have like in like a TV show or whatever, where you draw like two versions of a still frame, so it kind of has like that wiggle. It kind of tickles my brain in the same way as that, if that makes any sense. I don't know. This is very satisfying to watch. I'm a fan. Okay, let's see. I don't know what this word is. Never mind. I know what this word is. Okay, well, we did it. The word was elite. I solved it. I'm so smart. My brain is so big. It has so many wrinkles. And we did it with one spot to spare. We're starting to get better. I can feel my brain growing. This fucking cat. Oh no. What did your cat do? Go camp the hallway for your dinner because you'll cry if you don't hear my Chinese food. Yeah, no, definitely get your Chinese food. Also, don't let your cat eat you. That would be bad. Okay, also, I kind of want to do today's Steamdle. The old brain teasers are tickling me. I'm an old man. I need to do like my newspaper crosswords, but I don't have the newspaper, so this is like the next best thing. I did also used to do the Sudoku that were in newspapers. Back when I was working in hospitality, whenever I had like a reception gig, I would always steal one of the papers that they would drop off for the hotel, and I would take out the like puzzles page or whatever, and I would always do the Sudoku. I did that shit like every day I was working. Oh, look at him. He's just like chilling out. He's just like up there perched on the thing. He's just hanging out. The guy's just having a good time. He's on your comics. Oh shit. Okay. Less ideal. I couldn't tell. There was too much floof. Couldn't tell what he was perched on. Oh, now you gotta put a shirt to answer the door. Yeah, don't scar the poor delivery guy. This ain't that kind of show. Okay, what's today's streamdle? Or steamdle. I always mess that up. Steam and stream is like really hard in my brain for some reason. Which is probably not a good thing if I decide to live stream shit. He be blessed, thank you very much. I'm glad your ego is still intact. That's good. I'm happy for you. Okay. Oven gave a positive review after 18.3 hours. Just play it. The $25 is worth it, especially in the world where $80 plus is becoming standard. Trust me. Plus, you'll get the rest of the chapters for free when they release. Okay, so what I can extrapolate from this one, we're going to use our big brain. That's an early access game. It's relatively recent. Probably this review is from like the last like year or two when $80 games were like kind of becoming a thing. Early access is chapter based. Ultra Kill first guess. If it's Ultra Kill, I'm gonna be very happy. Nope. Nope, not Ultra Kill. Unfortunate. How expensive is Ultra Kill? I thought Ultra Kill was only like $10. I thought it was like cheap. Okay, another positive review. Yeah, it's kind of good, I guess, after 17 hours. Interesting. 10 out of 10. By the way, Toby Fox. If you ever get sick and need me to donate any internal organs, just like hit me up. Okay, well, this is Deltarune. Yeah, Deltarune. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the same page here. It has to be. Also, I had no idea Deltarune was that expensive. Deltarune. There we go. That was your next guess, anyways, lol. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot they did the like chapters thing for Deltarune. Those chapters are out now. Yeah, I thought I remember hearing that like it was going to like full release question mark with the when the Switch 2 came out because it was going to be like a launch title or something. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to Deltarune. I was like paying a lot of attention when I like first finished Undertale and heard that that was coming out. And then I like quickly figured out that like the whole thing wasn't coming out right away. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna like forget about it. I was gonna like hit my head with a frying pan until I forget, and then I'll just like come back to it later. If its chapter isn't cheap and not fully released, it's either Ultra Kill or Deltarune. Yeah, I mean that does kind of narrow it down. I was worried for a minute it was going to be like one of those like obscure like point and click games, or like one of those Facebook adventure like point and click thingies. If it was one of those, I was going to be lost. I haven't played a point and click adventure game in like 20 years. You follow Toby Fox on Blue Sky. Oh shit. I guess it would make sense that he was on Blue Sky now. I should probably give him a follow. Because I do not like him as a creator. So I should probably do that. Posted the last two chapters at once, like 2 weeks ago or so. Yeah, that's what I thought was going on. All right, hold on. I want to take a quick look at these before I stop stalling and like maybe draw something. Follow a bunch of game devs. Yeah, I should follow more of them. I should follow the Ultra Kill guys as well. They probably have some dank memes. They'd probably be pretty good. Okay, let's see. Play Funny Skeleton Man, fight song on piano, get run over by Toby Fox as a giant dog on a golf cart. That's basically the same information as this one, just telling you it's a Toby Fox game. Toby is a sadistic fucker with his secrets. But other than that, the game is really fun and charming. It was only halfway finished at the end of chapter 4. One of the best games of all time, in my opinion, already. Is unbelievably good. A must play. Play, in my opinion, if you love narrative and in-depth words. I'm assuming you mean worlds and creative storytelling. Please play this. I mean, I do also love in-depth words. Those are my favorite words. You also follow Akita, but his posts are weird Lamau. I have no idea who that is. Maybe I know, but the name is drawing a blank. The last one here is only 4 to 7 chapters. You find it better than Undertale in most aspects. Battles are more vibrant. There's more environments. The characters are more expressive. The only downside is that Papyrus is busy. I guess he's playing Dragon Blazers. Oh, and you can't go wrong. Oh, and you can't go on a date with him. That needs to be fixed. Okay. Yeah, no, this is literally just, hey, have you heard of the critically acclaimed video game Undertale? Well, hey, the guy who made that made another thing. Are you actually dumb or some shit? I mean, yeah, we've established this. I don't know why you keep asking me that. The dev of Ultra Kill? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, we were just talking about it under the context of like the Ultra Kill dev. If I remembered the Ultra Kill dev's name, I would have said the Ultra Kill dev's name. But I didn't know the Ultra Kill's dev's name, so instead of saying the Ultra Kill dev's name, I said the Ultra Kill dev because I didn't know his name. Okay, what do we do today? I hope you know the delivery guy heard you. Good. He can join in my exasperated confusion. Also, if he speaks English, I'm sure he's probably more confused than if he didn't, honestly. Maybe not knowing English is a blessing. I don't know. Okay. English is literally required in Germany since like 1980? Really? Okay, I actually didn't know that. No, that's interesting. I mean, I know like pretty much every country outside of like North America is like actually bilingual to like some degree, but I didn't realize English was that big in Germany. I thought it was gonna be like I don't know, like honestly like French or something on like the south side or whatever, and then like maybe some like Slavic language in like the north or something. I don't know. I'm not European. By the way, did you hear what Trump did? Oh, yeah, that he decided to like bomb Iran. Love that. That's great. I love World War III. That's my favorite thing. I'm so happy that I get to live through another historical event. Yeah, no, he already bombed them with what was it? Quote, some of America's biggest bombs or something is like the headline that I saw. It was very goofy. It sounds like we live in a comedy, but unfortunately, this is reality. Successful mission. Yeah, yeah, I remember seeing in the article. Yeah, have fun over there. I mean, luckily I'm in Canada, so I can probably avoid the conscription for a little bit. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, no, I remember reading in the article there was like a quote from Trump who was like, "Yeah, no, the mission was very successful. Yada yada yada. We are now ready to pursue peace talks." After he bombed a country. So yeah, no, that's gonna be fun. I love that so much. You know, as if the Middle East needed more shit to deal with. Now they're likely going to send U.S. troops back in there. Like, honestly, it's probably a good thing Trump pissed off Canada so much because now we might not feel the need to go and help. So that might be nice. This generation is just speedrunning historical events. Honestly, that's what it feels like. Like, I remember growing up before 9/11 because I'm old as shit. But, like, I remember growing up before that. Everything was like, oh, yeah, no, like, things don't really happen. You know, you talk about, like, big historical events as, like, this, like, thing that's far away. And, like, that wasn't really the case. But it felt like it, especially over here in North America. You know, historical events are something you read about in textbooks, and they happen in other places around the world. You know, disconnected from us. You know, we're safe, everything's fine, we get to live in our own little bubbles. I feel like part of growing up is realizing that the bubble is not real, and that historical events are kind of always happening. But yeah, no, like we're really trying to like rush this shit a little bit between like COVID and even before that, with like going into the Middle East, leaving, going back into the Middle East, leaving again. And now it sounds like we're going back again to go and do like some random shit for no reason, I guess. I don't know. Listen, I'm not a big politics guy. I try and keep up to date on the news because I feel it's my responsibility as a mostly functioning adult human being to kind of be aware of the goings on around the world. But honestly, like the amount of like death and hardship that we put other people through for like zero reason, it's a little bit of a vibe killer, you know? If human survives long enough, I don't want to be the poor kids having us in history. Oh yeah, they make it to like like 80 years from now. You know, you're sitting in a school classroom. Or you're probably at home, like plugged into the matrix or whatever. And your teacher's talking to you about world history. She goes like, "Yeah, so like we just finished our section on like the 20th century. You know, there was a couple of world wars. You know, it was a real big time. You know, impacted history a lot. Now get ready for the next unit. We're going to talk about the 21st century now. This is going to take the next 3 years of class. Like one of the poor kids that like can't afford the Matrix subscription gets like snail mailed a textbook so that he can read through it or whatever. And it's just like a fucking tome, right? It's like the size of the Encyclopedia Britannica, like the entire collection. It just goes from like wall to wall in his house. And it's just like from the year like 2001 to like 2030 or something. I could see that happening. That wouldn't surprise me. Like I understand that like in the long run, a lot of the stuff that we think is a big deal isn't necessarily gonna matter that much to the people in the future. But like especially with like how we're able to record things in such detail now, like I feel like there's a lot of stuff people could get into if they really wanted to revisit this era. See the video on Discord of the time lapse so far? Alright, let's see this. I need something to make me feel a little less miserable. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, see what I mean? Where it's like sculpture almost. Like especially when you use different colors like this. Because like it feels like it's like coming out at the page. It really feels like you're like watching somebody like sculpt something out of clay almost. I think it's cool. I think it's very satisfying to watch. Pretty sure the worldwide pandemic and World War III are slightly important. I mean, slightly, you know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about you guys over there. Maybe you guys talk about it a little bit more, but like stuff like the Spanish flu and stuff like that isn't like super talked about in schools anymore over here. Like they just kind of skip over that shit. At least they did when I was in school, and I imagine it's gotten worse. And like I live in Canada with like semi decent education. Still like yeah, no, they don't talk about the Spanish flu like basically at all. I think they had like one chapter on it in the history book, like after the Great War section, which was like half the book. And then they like talked about it. I think we had like maybe two classes. I honestly don't remember, but like it was like barely talked about here. And knowing how bad the education system is in other parts of the country that I live in, and also my neighbor to the south, it wouldn't surprise me if most people just like didn't know that that was a thing that happened. Tries the line art? Nope. Paints? Nope. Line art again? That's such a mood. That is literally me. I'm pretty sure the noodles in your Chinese are handmade. They taste very handmade. Ooh, I'm jealous now. I should try making handmade noodles. I want to try making rice noodles sometime. I think that would be really good. Because one of my roommates is gluten intolerant. She has celiac, so like I kind of want to like try doing something like that. Because I couldn't do like the like wheat noodles or whatever. I could do rice noodles. That'd probably be really good. I should try that. It'd be a fun little project to mess around with. Okay. Well, I've been yapping for about an hour and 15 minutes, and I haven't drawn a single thing yet today. Gluten intolerant literally dies of wheat or different things, just saying. Nah, same difference. Identical. There is zero difference. Back when I was working in kitchens, we treated both of them the same. So, in my head, they're identical. Having an intolerance and, like, literally dying is the same. Just don't feed them the thing. In kitchens, it's better to treat that the same. Yeah. And, like, when you're cooking for somebody, like, it's better to treat even, like, minor allergies and stuff very seriously. Like, I remember when I first moved out into college and I was having, like, friends over at the apartment or whatever, I was, like, very uncomfortable giving people, like, dairy products when they told me that they were, like, lactose intolerant. But if you've ever met a lactose intolerant person, you know that they don't give a shit, myself included. Like, I can't have a lot of dairy, but I will still, like, destroy, like, a cheese pizza or whatever, or pizza with cheese on it. I don't order just cheese pizzas. That's insane. Yeah, any person who's lactose intolerant is literally like, I don't give a shit. Give me that stuff. Cheese is delicious. So, like, I'm better about that one specifically now, but when I first moved out, I was like paranoid to hell. This is before I even like worked in restaurants, which only made it worse. Yeah, you don't eat meat since you were like 10 years old. You did once in high school by drunk mistake, vomiting and hurting for days. Ooh, see God in the most miserable situation in the bathroom. Yeah, that sucks. That's not good. See, like if I was responsible for something like that happening to somebody, I would feel immensely guilty. Your body can cry as much as it wants. We will be eating cheese here. Yeah, that's kind of the mentality of like every person that I've met with a lactose intolerance. They're just like, yeah, no, fuck it. We're doing this. The pain will be worth it, whether my body agrees or not. I feel like I should at least just like doodle while I'm yapping like this. Get something on the paper. Not sure what I'll do yet. Do like another like abomination like we did a few weeks ago. Something like nice and chill. Something that doesn't require a lot of brain power. While I let whatever is plaguing me pass through my system. Yeah, you thought it was a soy patty, and it was not. Oh no. See, that's the worst. I had a vegetarian friend that I had over once, and I was maybe a little too paranoid, but I had made sure that we had like an extra set of cooking things, like spatulas, spoons, pans, like everything when they came over for dinner, so that there was like zero chance of any food getting onto their stuff that they didn't want. And they were like vegetarian by choice. So like it was just like a moral thing for them. But I was still like fucking horrified. They saw that when they came over and it's like, why are you putting so much effort into this? And it was like, I'm scared, okay? Let me have this. And I made them like Brussels sprouts or something, and it was pretty good. Did like pan fried and like a bunch of butter and garlic. We had some like mixed greens. It was a good time. The rest of us had what did we have? Pork chops? It was something. Those were also good. I kind of enjoyed the Brussels sprouts I made more, though. I did steal a few from her, but they were very tasty. You have lists of all friends' allergies, sensitivity issues, and preferences. Yeah, like if I was more, uh, I guess, present-minded about that sort of thing, I would keep a list of stuff for friends. But like, I don't have people over very often, and when I do, I usually just like ask them straight up. It's like, yo, hey, I know I've asked you this probably like 8 million times by now, but like, what is and is not a no-go? And usually they're happy enough to tell me. Usually it's not a problem. Usually you just ask them what they want to eat. See, I can't do that because pretty much every one of my IRL friends, whenever I ask them what they want to eat, they're like, oh, I don't know. What do you want to eat? And then we just like go back and forth for like 2 hours. And then by that point, we're all like hungry and angry, and everyone's upset with each other, and no decisions made. And then eventually, like, we start a fight, and then everyone's just like, fuck it, we'll just do this. And then we finally come to a decision. That's usually how that goes. So I try to avoid that whenever possible. So usually whenever I invite somebody over, it's like a hey, you want to come over and eat this? And then if they're like, oh, I don't know if I really want that, it'll be like, okay, well, like, what do you want? And then like I'll kind of go off that way. But like I always try and lead with a suggestion. That way it like kind of narrows stuff down. Oh, you always know what you're craving? That is a good skill to have. No one I know is like that, and I am very jealous. Your friends too, but you know, let them play that game and make them pick something. Yeah, I mean that's the smart way to do it. I haven't quite mastered the conversational skills required to get them to make a damn decision. Because they always want to be like polite guests or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, well, no, like you're the host, you know, like we'll eat whatever you give us." It's like, no, motherfucker, I am asking you, what do you want in your mouth? I need you to tell me. Which is honestly an applicable sentence in a number of situations, I now realize. But either way, it's still true. Over here, anyway, it's a necessary practice. Oh, what do you want to eat? Oh, I don't know. You pick, and pick a food, or we are both starving today. Yeah, okay, maybe that's the trick. Just threaten them with starvation. Maybe I'll do that in the future. If I ignore your art question one more time, I will eat you. I don't want to be eaten. I'm not super into vor. I'm very sorry. I missed your art question. Usually I like hyperfixate on those, but I completely missed it. We got talking about food. My my lizard brain got distracted. Yeah, there's a lot of messages here. Can you just repost your question? Because I'm blind and old. They don't care about them not eating, but how dare I not eat something? So they pick, ooh, actually, yeah, no, that's smart. Yeah, because it's more rude to make your host starve than it is to ask them for a specific kind of food. That's true. That is big true. Moderator founder, 1 month subscriber, September 2024, black green. Also, my question is still up. I'm very good at this, okay? You need to understand. See, the more times I get people to like message in chat, the more my engagement metric goes up. And the more that bar goes up, I guess it's like a graph. The more that graph goes up, the more accomplished I feel. Which doesn't really matter because you usually message more than 1,000 times per stream anyway. But that's going to be my excuse. Do you want to know a silly art doodle thing? Yes, I would like to know a silly art doodle thing. You can stop texting and watch it fall like a white man's ego. But I should stream at like 3 in the morning or something when you're like actually asleep. Just to like see like how much worse the metrics are. I feel like that might be a good experience for me. It'll be very humbling. Also, you were awake. You're always awake. You scare me. So tutorial? Yeah, give me the tutorial. I need this. I need you to bring this into my brain. Where you live, we're very upfront about eating. Like we decide we cook and eat together. And if it's late, we also need like late dinner together. Okay, and dessert, and then just you go to sleep at your place because we need a drink and you don't get to go home alone. Yeah, Night is very different around here. We don't really have that sort of like social acceptability for that sort of thing. Here it's much more of like a I'm not gonna say formal, but it's more like structured. Like if you invite somebody over, they're like, yeah, okay, I'll come over for like a bite to eat, but then I need to like leave by like 8 o'clock if they have like work or whatever. Like most of the time, people just don't like spending the night at other people's houses. More of like they feel like they're imposing, I guess. I don't know. Canadians are like weird about politeness, so they'll usually just be like, oh yeah, no, like I'll just we'll just eat and then I'll leave. So like they'll usually like have food and like maybe hang around for like another hour, but like once the food is done, unless they've already like been strong armed into staying the night, they're usually out the door. You and your friends, we meet at 1 p.m. and part 2 days later. See, that sounds more nice. Maybe a little bit exhausting for me, just because I have like a low social battery. But I don't know, like that sounds nicer to me. Because like when you have like a full like solid like day and a half with somebody, like you get like good quality time in there. I don't know. I don't know. It sounds nice. It's the only way I know how to put it. With good friends, you are like family, so it's not exhausting. Yeah. You know, to talk, we just lay in bed together and scroll on phones. Yeah. Yeah, see like that's the thing, is like because I'm like that with my roommates. And the two people that I live with, like I'm okay being around them, basically whenever. But that's also because like we don't feel the pressure to like force interactions with each other. Like when we're doing our own things, we just like exist in the same room and it's good. It's nice. I find that is not the case with a lot of people when they're visiting. I don't know, at least over here it kind of turns into one of those things where it's like, okay, well like we don't see each other very often. So we have to do things. So like we need to go and like exhaust ourselves to get like our time's worth, I guess, would be how I would put it. Like, it feels like a waste if we don't go out of our way and do, like, every possible thing together. But by the end of, like, a day, we're all just, like, exhausted and tired and we don't want to see each other. We don't see each other often. Then why inviting into house so dangerous? Eh, I don't know. I don't know. That's not really anything that I've really thought about. But then again, like, I guess I'm not really the kind of person that would invite people over if I didn't think they were going to be chill. Because, like, I know a lot of, like, sketchy people. But they also don't know where I live, and that was, like, a deliberate decision. But, like, there's other people that I know that I'd be like, oh, yeah, no, it's been, like, 6 years since we've talked. Come over to the house, I'll make you dinner. Whatever, you can stay the night. And, like, I wouldn't have an issue with that. But, I don't know. Different things for different people, I guess, is how I would put it. Don't die of old age before you start on my step by step. Yep, this is true. I thought you were gonna like do multiple things, but I didn't realize I had to follow along. I didn't realize this was an interactive tutorial. I apologize. Okay. Step 1. Take a round brush. I need to make a round brush. Because I don't have a hard round brush by default. I keep wanting to, but I always forget. A solid round brush. I have a round mixing brush. Is that okay? Is that acceptable? It's got like a little bit of like coloring. There's a default one in marker. I might have deleted that. Uh, there's dot pen. Okay, no. No, the Millie pen is flat. It's just not named. Hold on. Before we continue, would you delete that? I don't know. I do things for no reason. Hold on. Let me see. Subtool settings. We are going to rename this to something that I actually can understand. Hard round brush. There we go. All right. I have fixed it. The hard round brush now exists again. Why that was so difficult, I don't know. But it's fine. We got there. I think some countries are so unwelcome though. Like your friend was visiting someone from the UK last month and she met on Erasmus? I don't know what that is. And they told her to book a hotel and spend half the time alone. It was so weird in your head. Yeah, I mean that's strange. That to me is weird. Because like if I had somebody visiting, like especially from far away, I'd be like, no. Like if you're more comfortable in a hotel, then like sure, that's fine. Like I'll help you find a hotel if that's what you prefer. Otherwise, like I have a spare room. Like I'm not gonna make you pay to sleep somewhere if you're coming over to visit me. Like, if you want to go and like explore the city or whatever out on your own during your stay here, then like that's cool. Like that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. But like I'm not gonna invite you over to like meet up or whatever and then be like, okay, you stay on that side of the city. I'm gonna be over here. Okay, now pick a solid color, any color, but like orange or something would work best. Okay, well, I don't hate orange, so we'll go with orange. We have orange. We'll do like max vibrancy orange. We're gonna make it very orange. Okay, I have a very orange hard round brush, which I will make a little bit smaller now that I've identified that it's a hard round brush. Here we go. I have already made a masterpiece. Yeah, no, like back to what he was saying earlier. Like I know like a lot of different countries kind of deal with hospitality differently. Because like I had a friend from Dallas who came up, like Dallas, Texas, down in the States. He came up and was like wandering around Canada for whatever reason, but he ended up in the city that I was in at the time. And he was like, "Yo, hey, is it cool if I just like crash for a while at your place?" I was like, "Hell yeah, yeah, like come on over. We'll like hang out or whatever." He ended up just like sleeping on the couch for like 3 days. He like completely unbothered. He was just like, "Yeah, no, it's just like, yeah, this is normal. This is what it means to like invite somebody over. They're just like not allowed to leave. You invited them in, so you can't kick them out." Okay, now draw like small shapes. Not big complicated shapes, but small simple shapes with the brush on a big size. Just make a shape with like a line or a small blob. Oh, okay. No, I think I know this exercise. We can do a couple of these. Small simple shapes. No, not like that. First of all, these small simple shapes, but big. Big size, small shape. You're making this very difficult for me. Okay, what if I make it like simpler? Is this what we want? Yes, you're doing art wrong. Yeah, story of my life. That's what we do on this channel. I'll show you an example, dumbass. I feel like this isn't my fault. I feel like this is poor instruction. I'm gonna blame the teacher on this one. Yeah, what about a rectangle? Rectangles are nice and simple. Big brush size. Okay, how big do we want the brush size to be? Because like I can do like a big brush size that's just like that's the eraser. Hold on. I'm stupid. Because like we can go and just do like maybe not that. Like we can just do like fucking blobs that are like big. And just like make little beans. Is that what we want? Do we want beans? We can do the beans. Yeah, yeah, beans. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you did beans. Okay. We have beans. Never mind, we got it. We're on the same wavelength now. Okay, so all of these are garbage. We want beans. We're gonna make some beans. There we go. We now have a collection of beans. Small asses, yes. We have a series of tiny but shapely asses in bright orange. I could hang this up in a gallery, and people would be amazed. I could sell this piece for $1 million, and I should do that, but I don't know how. So I'm just going to be poor instead. Now make the brush about half that size, or a little bit smaller, and a darker color like black or darker orange. Okay. We want it to be like the same kind of temperature, right? We don't want to go in like clash stuff yet. Okay, we now have shit brown. We now have shit brown to go with our asses. There we go. What next? Make it a little smaller? Okay. A little bit smaller. How's that? I have like a smaller turd. Is this good? Yes? Alright, perfect. I need to make sure that our turd brush is proportional. Now pick one of the shapes. Okay. I've picked a bean. He's got kind of like a shit-eating grin. And not just because his face is brown. I know me, I like that. It's the way I did like the little curve on his mouth there. Actually, keep the eyes but erase the mouth. Okay. He no longer has a shit-eating grin. Now he is just staring into my soul. Who is this bean? What does he want from me? What are his life goals? Why is he here? No one knows. He simply is. Maybe he needs a friend. Here we go. Now he's not alone. Now he has an equally haunted looking orange bean friend. Now draw small triangle shapes above the eyes of the shape, a rounded cylinder shape at the bottom of the shape. If you want small nubs in the shape, you'll figure out what this is if you do it right. Okay. Let me reread the instructions just so I make sure I have this right. Draw small triangle shapes above the eyes on the shape. You have like really bushy eyebrows? Or do we give him cat ears? I feel like we have to do the cat ears. I feel like the cat ears are the way to go here. Yes. Okay. Yes, the cat ears are correct. All right. A cylinder shape at the bottom of the shape if you wanted small nubs in the shape. Okay. We'll do small little cylinders at the bottom, I guess. Do like that, I guess. Hold on. We'll do like maybe here. Something like that. What is a cylinder shape? Okay. a rounded cylinder shape at the bottom of the shape, and if you wanted small nubs in the shape. Understand it differently than great. Everyone understands it differently from me. That's fine. Okay, so we'll do little nubs. Hold on. We'll do the little nubs first. We'll do the little nubs. And then we need a rounded cylinder shape at the bottom of the shape. There we go. We have a rounded cylinder. Cylinder like a glass. Motherfucker attached to the shape. I mean, it's touching. I mean, we can do like... Oh, that was one too many. We can do like this. Round it off on the ends here. Make like a kitty popsicle, perhaps. Maybe he's just like projectile sharding, launching himself into orbit with the power of his defecation. Close enough? Okay. All right. Okay, we've made it. We're making progress. Only you can make silly doodles frustrating. I'm glad we're having fun. I'm glad this is working as I intended. See, like I feel like I could become one of those rage bait content creators, but instead of just being like angry all the time, I could just be like incredibly obtuse. I feel like I could do pretty good with that. I feel like I could get a lot of engagement. I feel like it would also be about 2 weeks before I get anthrax in the mail. So maybe I shouldn't do that. But it is an idea I have. Feel like you were supposed to do small little kitties? Yes, he was. See, like it's kind of a kitty. I mean, we can do like a, no, we don't want to cut the whole layer. We could do like a little tail like this. Hold on. Let me bump up the stabilization. Because my hands are not what they used to be. There we go. You do that. If we just want like a little kitty tail. And then we can go in and do like more little nubs for like his bottom feet. The cat is still giving me that haunting stare though. But I have not been instructed to give him facial features, so he will simply sit there. You can mess up something like this. I'm sorry, I was just doing what I'm told. You are doing it horribly. Maybe. I don't know. I'm still going to blame the teacher on this one. try and make these work. It'll be cute. All right, we're gonna try. My idea is any shape can be a cat shape. Oh, that's true. Okay. No, I think I remember seeing stuff like this on Pinterest, like back in the day. People would just like make like cat loaves. Do a little thing with rats. Oh yeah, no, I definitely remember the rat thing. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Both animals are just liquid. True. You know, I would have a pet rat. A lot of people think rats are like gross or whatever. I would have a pet rat. Well, actually, you got a hater after last drawing stream? What? How? How could you have possibly got somebody to hate you? Also, whenever that happens, just like block them. Just like permaban instantly. If anyone is mean to me in chat, that's what I do. Except for Black. Because for whatever reason, it's okay when Black does it, I guess. Those are terrible ears. Hold on. Like that. And then like that. I want it to be like super similar to the one beside it there. Yeah, he sent you a whisper that I was pitiful because I suck at drawing and have zero personality? What? Oh my god. You know, the reason there were people with me is because you're a girl. We're using girl voice changer. And he is drawing for years and people don't visit his streams. I mean, I feel like that last little bit is the reason. It's not because of anything else. It's just that he doesn't get the numbers, so he's butthurt. I feel like that's all it is. Not because you're a girl. It's not because he thinks you're bad at drawing. Because you're not bad at drawing. I've seen you draw. I know for a fact that you're not bad. It is literally just because he wants to be big popular streamer man. And then he saw like a girl drawing in Procreate to like 8 people on her second stream ever. And he was like, this is unacceptable. I need to go and complain about this. Yeah, and I couldn't figure out how to block people on laptop Twitch. Ooh. Yeah, no, learning how to block people is like the first step. You should, I think this is universal across all Twitch browser things, but if you just click on somebody's name, there'll be a little like circle with a slash through it. They don't use if it's on like a bigger screen, it'll probably like come up with an actual thing, like a button that says ban. But yeah, no, just circle with the cross through it after you click on somebody's name and they're like permabanned. There's like other options in there too that you can mess around with, but like honestly, just ban them. It's easier. Yeah, but like the little window showed up with a whisper, so I couldn't figure it out. Oh yeah, yeah. If it shows up in the whispers, do you have to do it differently there? Hmm. Oh yeah, no, that's true. You can't actually ban somebody from an instant message. Yeah, I guess you would have to like go and type in their name into Twitch and then go and like ban them manually that way. Okay, no, that's cheeky. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. There must be like a setting or something you can turn on to like disable DMs like that. Because like I know in my channel here, someone needs to have a verified account in order to DM me, which like isn't a lot of security and it wouldn't really solve anything for that guy in particular. But I feel like you could probably like bump up the security settings and just like not have anybody message you like that. Because that would probably be really annoying to have to deal with all the time. Okay, well, I feel accomplished. I've made 8 cats. After exams, you will learn. We sent screenshots of it to everyone. Never saw so much hate. I mean, that's crazy that people are like that. I'm not like surprised, but I am very surprised that you got somebody so quickly. And I guess that is kind of just the way it goes. Like, you will just eventually run into a psycho on the internet. That is just kind of how it works. But, like, second or third live stream on Twitch, and, like, you're already attracting, like, the freaks. I mean, I would say it's probably a good thing, because it means, like, Twitch thinks you're popular enough to, like, recommend to, like, random people. But also, it's very funny to me. And I hope that it doesn't like get to you. You can like laugh about it earnestly. Because like people like that are not meant to be taken seriously. Anybody who's that butthurt over something doesn't isn't allowed to have valid opinions. So out of the 8 that I did, I think these two here. These two here are my favorite. I like the way these two turned out. These two are kind of cute. And I have one loafing, another one like rolling around a little bit. I think these two are cute. Add more color to them. I kind of want to like change the color because having like the orange and brown is like okay, but I feel like we could have some fun colors too. Why did his eyes get so tiny? Hold on. Tolerance to 0. No, you're still gonna do that. Why? Why are we like this? Oh, there we go. Do an outline. Or we could do tones. There we go. Like the pale blue is kind of cute. I think that's kind of nice. I kind of like that. Yeah, no, that's fun. Maybe I could like do them in in the color of my cats. I picked two of them, and I happen to have two cats. I'll just clip that to that one there. And we will do the yarn ball for the one on the right. Oh, yeah, I can see that. I can see that being good. Let's see. What does my cat look like? She's not in her usual perch beside me on the desk here. So I need to go and grab a reference. Let me go through my cat pictures. Yeah, right. Here's our chunky girl. Okay. But yeah, just like a little bit around her collar and up on her nose. So that's going to be easy. I'm going to do like that. Yeah, like that. That's really the only bit that's going to be visible. Is going to be that. Yeah. And then she's got kind of green eyes. I'll go and put those in. Like so. There we go. And then we could probably just do like that. How would we do the ears to make that look good? If we just do like we do it in like slightly pink. Yeah. You saw that some cats like to sit on computers because they were warm. Does yours do that too? Not so much, no. We have like a lot of really big windows, so they usually just like hide out by those instead. The one cat we have is like laying down on keyboards. I have no idea why. Probably because we're using the keyboards and they're like, no, pay attention to me. It's still cute, but you know, I'll Weaver tomorrow. Yeah, I might do like I might stream some of that. I'll probably go through and do like the story bit, and once I'm done the story, I'll probably like boot up stream for a little bit and grind on Warframe for a little bit tomorrow. We'll do like a little bit of a makeup stream, get the hours in this week. You know, I might do something like that. I think that might be fun. Okay, let me see. How do I want to draw in the shit cat? We call her the shit cat not because she's inferior to the other cat, but more so because she likes to just shit in random places. That is her calling in life. What? Okay, well by we I mean me. Mostly because that was a weird in joke that I used to have back in the day. We used to get a lot of strays in at the hotel that I was working at way back in the day. And instead of like figuring out what their names were, I would just call them the shit cat. After like the first one would come in, and I left it on my desk for a little while I went to go like make some calls or whatever. And I came back and it had like pooped in the middle of my desk and then like climbed down and curled up onto my chair and fell asleep. So ever since then, any cat that I didn't know the name of was just the shit cat. And then that somehow managed to accidentally extend into my own cats. Maybe it meant something. I mean, it was a shitty job. So maybe he was trying to tell me that. Meow. Meow. Welcome back, Jinx. Damn, Gray meowing for 5k points is a must. Oh no. What have I done? I have just caused myself irreparable psychological torment. You had balloons? God damn, I'm jealous now. I never got taken anywhere where there were balloons for work. Your father runs a McDonald's, you get toy nuggets, toys, and balloons for being the boss's kid? You motherfucker. I am so jealous. Honestly, that's the life. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I did hear about the birds. I would like some bird imagers. I do like birds. I am a fan of the birds. Since you distracted somebody so quickly, I have to assume that the birds are very good. Oops. Okay. I guess I was being a little messy with the line art. There we go. We'll just do that. That's fine. Our coloring was not exactly professional tier, but it's fine. Invite Discord? Perfect. I want to see the birds. My body is ready. As Jinx has priority over me, you're welcome. I mean, yeah, obviously. Jinx is way cooler than me. She should have priority. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. It's like my cat has a lot of like stripes in her fur. This one here. Quite sure how I want to go about that. And some little pink in the ears. Yeah, we'll need to do that. I like the way these ears turned out on this one here. On this one. There we go. I had to struggle with the pen a little bit, but yeah, no, I like the pink there, so we'll definitely be doing. Let's see, maybe like that. I don't want it to be the same pink. We'll do a different pink. Yeah, just like that. I was like, this one kind of has like white whiskers in her ear. They don't look quite the same as the other one, but I don't know. It's not hard to be cooler than gray. Rude. Can't be cooler. You're just dumb of ass. I mean, I'm also a dumbass, according to certain someones in chat. So I don't know. I don't think I have much of an advantage here. Gray is not very far up on that list. Jeez. You're not even spelling gray right anymore. God damn. The disrespect. Is there a difference between gray and gray? I mean, yeah, one of them is spelled wrong. Is there actually a difference? No. But one of them just looks better. Your fault. It's not your fault. My name is a color with two spellings. I mean, there's gray, and then there's whatever the fuck that other word is. And that one was a British spelling. Yeah, that's basically it. Let's see here. Maybe we need like a brighter white. That doesn't look quite good enough. Maybe if we do like a Like that. Yeah. Do that. And then we go back to the smaller one. Fur kind of does like that. Oh, now it looks like she's hugging a ghost, which, like, is kind of cute. So I guess that's okay. And she's got little mittens on the ends of her front paws, not her back paws. Whoop. You just sent, by the way. Ooh, let's go look at birds. Oh, so many birds. Hell yeah. Oh, and balloons. We get lots of bird pictures in one balloon. I'm sending people things and then for no reason adding it's not a virus. It will never be a virus, but now they are scared and it's great. Yeah, that sounds like you. That sounds very on brand. Showing someone your straw page because you want to redo it, but he doesn't know what it is, and he said to click it on your PFP to see it all. Yeah, just click this link. It's totally fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't even ask me what it is. It's fine. There we go. I can give the cat like a little avatar arrow. It's like kind of her fur pattern, a little bit. It doesn't like super transfer over. I'll do that. And she's got like little dots off to the side. This one is a lot more involved than the other cat. It doesn't help that my tuxedo cat's like fur pattern is basically hidden because of the loaf. But that's fine. There were also blue auras, but when I had one of those on me, I had to keep feeding it so it didn't try and eat you. So I couldn't take a picture of that one. And you gotta be careful around those. These cutie patooties and new emote. Ooh, tempting. That is tempting. I mean, we can definitely put them in. I do also kind of want to just like have them chilling out. Because oddly enough, this was one of the things that I had on my stream to-do list, is I wanted to put in little PNGs of my cats. So hold on. Let me just save this as a PNG. Where is... There's my Twitch folder. Cats. It will save as cats. 100% resolution is fine. Oh, wait, shit. I forgot to disable the background. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Please hold. Cats. Yes, replace that. 100% is fine. And here we go. We want the transparent background. Yeah, I see that you have yours as cats. Be your cat angel or your cat devil. Yours are fun. I don't want to copy yours though. We want to be at least a little bit original here. Let me see. We don't want screen capture. We want an image. Add source. New source. All caps. K space A space T space S. Ants. And then we go back into my Twitch folder. We grab our cats. Done. There we go. And they're there. Little cats. Use emotes of in other channels. You have to subscribe. Oh man, what a stickler! So rude. And they're free in their own channel. Is that how that works? I've never actually like read through the emotes thing. I just want cool emotes. Okay, here. Actually, these are kind of growing on me. So what if we do that? Collapse that down. Go and grab our lasso tool. Go and wrap this around like so. Copy. That. Paste. Hey, look at that. It's already like pretty well perfect size anyway. Love how this turned out. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one. I'm happy with the gray cat face. It's fun. I'll stretch this out because I want to make this look as big as possible. Ooh, actually, hold on. I should do like a white outline. Make it look like a sticker. I think that'll be kind of fun. That way it'll stand out a little bit better too. Especially this one here with the darker fur. I think that's definitely what we should be doing. I think that's a good idea. Let's tuck that in just a little bit. Just like that. There we go. Yeah, just type in the emote command, and people will be like, "Oh, what the hell is that?" And then you can just like send them my way. It's genius. Also, I find it very funny that Twitch decided to make my like emote shortcut Grizzo of all things. I didn't know like it cut off the character limit at like 6 or whatever. If I had known that, I probably would have altered the handle slightly. But having the emote name like the root or whatever Grizzo is very funny to me. So I've kind of just accepted that. Let me see. Do I do I kind of want to do like a black outline on that. I don't know how well that like carries over. Also, that is very chunky. That is less clean than I thought it would be. Yeah, actually, yeah. No, we're just gonna stick with the white. I think the white is better. Crusoe sounds like a Harry Potter spell. Not my first guess or assumption on what that sounds like, but yeah, I mean that works. I thought it sounded like a Sesame Street reject, but a Harry Potter spell is cool too. I'll forget that you wanted to type out earlier, but the Reddit thread discussing Tucker's birth gave to the conclusion, or came to the conclusion, that it somehow came out of his dick. It sounds like a slur, but sure, of course he would say it sounds like a slur. That is just like you. What the fuck is this? Why am I getting like ugly lines? I turn anti-aliasing off. No, it's still ugly. Yeah, I just have to do like yeah, just go and do it like the old school way. Oh, I see. There's like some holdover. Okay, why is that? No, hold on. I'm stupid. Hold on. I'm having a stroke. Don't mind me. Okay, so we have that. And then if we just go and do it this way, make a new layer, drop that below, drop that in white underneath. Select. There is a way to change that. What is it? Under layer? Layer mask. Settings. There's like a way to like there's a way to like bulk that up without messing around with these with like the effects layer here. Could it burst out of his stomach or C-section style? I mean, that would make the most sense to me. That sounds more feasible and less traumatizing than giving birth out of his dick. They showed that it was a natural birth, though. What the fuck? You can see Doc and Tucker just out of scene. So either he shat his son out or it crawled out of his dick. I don't know what is more concerning about that. I don't know which option is worse. Both of them are horrifying. I don't like either of them. Oh, there we go. It is a correction. Adjust line layer. Scale that up. Why is it like that? Why does it look like that? That's so why is that not going out down here? Why is it like this? Hold on. Ah, because I'm dumb. That's why. Okay. Hold on. Like most things, the problem is not with the program. It is simply that I am that dumb. Okay, we'll select the outside, and then we'll go up here, invert selection, and now we get like a full actual selection of the thing that I want to fill in. Fill tool. And now that's like that. Why is that like that? Why am I like this? You do that because I have it selected to target from all layers. God damn it. We got there. It's fine. Hope you feel forever uncomfortable thinking about that hand-sized baby alien crawling on the tip of his dick slowly. Oh, thank you for that. I'm gonna have nightmares. You make a small animation one day with your cat sitting somewhere on stream display, wagging their tails or blinking. That would actually be a really good idea. That was originally what I wanted to do, was something like that. And honestly, I feel like I could do something like that. We could just have like one of the more like upright beams be like the basis for the animation there. Because if we just have like one of these poses here, right? And we can just have like the tail kind of flicking around like that. They can just kind of be like sitting on either side of me, like mirrored. I think that could be kind of fun. To have like, I don't know. I'll have to think about like a little scene to put them in. But I do definitely like that idea. Because it wouldn't be that much work. And be like a, maybe like a 4 frame animation. And if we're just doing them as like little beans like this, that would be pretty easy. I could probably even put them into like the VTuber software that I'm using and have them like randomly blink or something or like react when I whenever I'm talking. I think that could be kind of fun. I could do something like that. That would honestly be like a pretty good like introduction project for me to figure out how like the animation stuff works in the VTuber program that I'm using. That could be pretty fun. Okay. So now that I've done this right, go here. We do a correction, bulk that up. That is, yeah, that is significantly smoother than doing it the other way. So we will do that just about as big as we can manage. Just so it barely touches the sides. Barely doesn't touch the sides, rather. There, just like that. And then we'll export this one as a PNG. Drop this under emotes. This one, Rizzo Nova, because that is that cat's name. Save that there. Also, I realized that I didn't have to make this like quite so small a resolution. I could have made it a little bit bigger. But honestly, having it 500 by 500 isn't that bad. It is not the worst thing. Okay, so we have that one in. We need to go and grab Luna, who is the other cat. We will copy and we will paste. Hold on. I need to throw Nova into a folder so I don't get things mixed up. That's the palette. We don't want that mixed up. That in there, like that. Okay. We're figuring it out. We're getting there. Let me see. I kind of want to clean up the ear a little bit here. Just so they look a little bit more deliberate, like an actual person did this and not just like some monster. Ready to do a quick show and tell? What are you sending me? Oh no. I am beset with concern. Why are you sending me the entire season 4 of Red versus Blue? Why are we like this? But I don't know if I want to show a childbirth on stream. 1 hour 38. And you couldn't even send me the link with the timestamp on it already. You're making me search it manually. Oh my god. It's fine, show it. Alright, here. I'm not switching scenes or anything. You just get to, like, raw dog this, alright?
The Reds already use their radio, and O'Malley is gone. Oh my god.
That's right, Blue. We've called in the cavalry.
Wait. Okay, hold on. We'll wait. We have to experience this together, because I'm only playing this once. You get one free pass for your TISM hyperfixation. So we're not wasting it. I see it, but I'm pretty sure missed it. That's okay. We'll witness this together. That way, all of us here can trauma bond. This is our version of a team building exercise. You want church? Of course you do. That does not surprise me in the slightest. All right. Are we ready? Are we prepared for this? Are our bodies prepared? You want a lot of them. That doesn't surprise me. All right, you're here. All right. Hold on. Whoop. I pressed the wrong button. I fucked it up. I wanted to pause the music, but I went back. Hold on. I'm physically ready, mentally not. Same. All right. It's not the kind of MPreg we want.
That's right, Blue. We've called in the cavalry. As we speak, the glorious Red Command is sending a ship to aid us. No doubt it's a battle cruiser of the highest magnitude. It's time to end this thing once and for all.
Oh, hoo. Congratulations, it's a thing. What was that? Oh, that's the other thing I called about. Tucker had his gross baby. It's not mine. He is not pregnant. Sheila, stay here. If anybody moves, shoot him. A baby? Wait up. I want to see.
Donut, get back here. Wait for the ship.
But Sarge, we don't know when the ship is going to get here. It's coming all the way from Earth. That could take days, or weeks, or months, or even years.
Donut, no.
Ship's here. Shotgun.
Incredible. Yeah, this is like 2010s gamer humor at its like peak. Somehow missed the birthing sounds though. Yeah, I don't remember that. I remember the ship. I did not remember that was connected to the to Tucker's alien baby thing. He had definitely crawled out of his ass dick. Oh my god. Alright. Now that we are all traumatized, back to the cats. Why is this not getting bigger? This is not usually a problem that I have. There we go. Black Green added the permitted term anus. Thank you, Automod. I appreciate you. Well, some people are into sounding, so, oh, that is true. Some people are into that. I'm not exactly sure why, but they are. They're all into weird shit. That's true. Yeah, no, it's not just Tucker. You're into them. You want to be in them. Yeah, that sounds about right. Do the same thing. Select inverse. I need another layer. Turn that one off. Hold on. Oh, we fucked up. God damn it. Motherfucker. No. We do that. Now let's put on that layer. We select these parts. And then select inverse. Fill tool. Turn that off. That's not the fill tool. That's the other tool. There we go. All right. We did it. Sir, this is a Wendy's. You could say worse. I believe you. Yeah, we do need like a horrified or like that concerned meme. Like you guys remember that? That's like a couple of years old now. We need like a concerned face for sure. That definitely needs to be an emote. Especially with some of the out of pocket shit Black comes up with. I feel like that's gonna be a priority. Yeah, like this thing. We need like a version of this. That's definitely gonna be an emote. I'll definitely have to work on that. Great, we are all the same generation here. Okay. On that note, play Blood Gulch Blues. God damn it. He has a concern emote for half the time being here. Yeah, I feel like it would get a lot of use. I feel like this would be a good investment. If I go and make this. So that's definitely going to go onto the list here. I'm going to keep that tab open so I don't forget. Play it? Oh my god, fine. Jesus. So pushy. Y'all are ganging up on me now. Alright, play next. There it is. While this plays, I need to go. I will be right back. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And we're back. I'm leaving when the best song plays. Sorry, I drank too much coffee. It was not waiting any longer. Leaving it quiet as a crime? Well, I'm sorry. Not really. It's funny because it's not even a weird fantasy. Like Impreg Sonic or something. Oh god, I had forgotten about that. How could you do this? Hope you throw out a hip for leaving it so quiet. Oh my god. You guys are so mean. Supposed to be nice to your elders. Okay, no, I did that right already. Okay. Hold on, I need to go and, like, reverse engineer my Alzheimer's. Oh, there we go. See, somebody's nice to me. I mean, you seem to like us. Trying to think you're secretly into it. I mean, I tolerate you. Ah, fuck. No. Why did that do that? That's annoying. Hold on. Turn that... How would we... Sorry, I'm not ignoring you on purpose. I'm trying to use, like, both my brain cells at once. I guess you would want to go, like, about there? Something like that? Is Gray into Sundere characters? No. Gray humiliation can confirm. Well, I mean, I am a live streamer. I have to be at least a little masochistic, right? I'm here enough. I subject myself to this enough. Seems like your brain cells are escaping you. Yeah, that's a constant thing that I have to struggle with. Here we go. All right. I did it. I feel very accomplished. Background's already off, so I don't have to worry about that again. There we go. Do that 100%. Just like that. All right. Now, can I update this live, or is this going to give me a hard time? Let's find out. Which tab was that under now? I already forgot that as well. Viewer rewards. Emotes. Upload. Just like that. Upload. And then we'll do that one. Like so. Upload. All right. So apparently one of them got automatically approved and the other one is pending approval. Why, I don't know. Suddenly you have friends? That's a strange experience, I'm sure. Alright. Yes, I got it. I can do that. Alright. What happens if I refresh the page? Is that gonna work? Okay, well, one of them's in. Well, normally you sit alone in this game? Yeah, that sounds like so much fun. Yeah, look at that. Alright. Cat emotes came through pretty quick. At least that one. The other one is still pending. I don't know why the other one is pending, but it'll just do that, I guess, for a while. Usually with just one person you don't talk to that I'm friends with because of an Ultra Kill reference. Now there is people. Interesting. I feel like that's how you make most of your friends. You just talk about Ultra Kill for like 8 hours straight, and then by the end of it, we're just like, yeah, no, we're friends now. That's just how it is. Ooh, and apparently I have one more emote slot, so I can fit all those in with the concerned emote, so I don't have to get rid of anything. That's going to work out real nice. Well, no, you've known these people before Ultra Kill? I see. Okay. So it's not just because of Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill is just like an accessory. I see. I see how it is. You tried one of them, and then Jinx and Mori just stayed. That is kind of how friend groups work, isn't it? You kind of just like make a connection with one of them, and then after a while, it's just like, yeah, no, everyone's just here now. Your autism is contagious. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of true, honestly. So far, you got everyone into whatever fixation you have. I mean, yeah, no, if you talk about it enough, eventually they're gonna take interest no matter what it is, right? That's kind of how it works. Yeah, see, you just kind of need to gravitate into the orbit of people who can deal with your bullshit. And that's just kind of how friends happen. Okay, let me see. Let me just copy that, paste that in here. We'll use this as like a template to get started on this. Because luckily this is the Dark Souls format one, so it's already like a skull and everything, so that makes my life a little bit easier. Let me see. I'll make that. It's kind of like that. And we'll name this folder concern. Just to keep everything nice and organized, because I am a very organized person, I promise. There we go. Just like that. we definitely want it to be all caps. We don't want to be that illiterate. Oh god. Okay, I swear that's the pen and not me. He looks terrified, not concerned. I mean, it's kind of a vibe. Yeah, no, I feel like we can push the concern a little bit farther. I feel like that's fine. I don't know why I'm fussing over the hands so much right now. These are not staying as is. That to be pressed up basically right there. And then we'll go back in, grab the whole thing, move that back over. So I think I want that a little bit center here. Honestly, concerned and terrified is very interchangeable here, I think. Yeah, I think getting like a healthy mix of the two is kind of a good idea. I think that's where we want to be. Okay, hold on. Let me just check. What were we doing vibes wise? Let's see. All the other ones are faced this way. I feel like I should also have this one faced that way. That just makes more sense to me. Having the emotes faced like towards the stream by default when you're on browser. I think that makes the most sense. Gray has been boxed. Oh no. Where are we going? Why am I in the box? Why have you put me here? Maybe the hand should be smaller. Checking on your tape monstrosity. Oh, I see. And gotta make sure your cat hasn't gotten too smart. Yeah, maybe if we like bring up the eyebrows. Like that. I mean, that's kind of an expression. Your older cat is guarding it now. Ah, there we go. All right. She understands the assignment. I definitely want to keep the expression in the eyes here. I think that's a winner. Everything else is kind of hit or miss, but we're getting somewhere on it. And even though the pen doesn't work like quite as well as it should, not having to fuss with the pressure sensitivity as much is so much nicer. Looks like papyrus. Oh shit! Yeah, no, it kind of does. If I just make like the jaw bigger, yeah, I can totally see it. Okay, now we need to be careful not to veer into Undertale territory too much. We don't want to accidentally attract nerds here. There is a papyrus version of that meme. Oh shit! Hold on. I want to make sure I'm not like getting too close. Papyrus concern. Isn't there like an actual like expression he does in Undertale that's kind of like the concern meme, or am I like imagining that? Well, I'm actually not seeing anything on Google. I see one with Sans. We have a Sans Undertale concern meme. But Google is not providing me with the other one. Well, that must mean it doesn't exist, so we're good. We're fine. It's Undertale, we have memes of everything. That's true. There is lots of shit that the Undertale community has just, like, done. They just have it. I know when you're back at the PC, yeah, you're better at this Google stuff than I am. You were in the fandom, you know their ways. There we go. Yeah, I need a native to help me translate for me. Your cats are dying of starvation, though, so you know. Oh yeah, no, it's been like a whole like 6 hours since they were last fed. They're on their last legs. I get you. Yeah, no, that takes priority. Make sure to feed the cats before they decide to feast on you. Check Discord. All right, what do you got? What do we got? Okay, hold on. Can I just copy this over? I love how low res and pixelated this is. Here we go. Look at that. Amazing. I could never hope to replicate even a fraction of this aura. They have dry food all day, but wet food in the evening. Oh, I see. Okay. I see how it is. Yeah, no, I do that with one of my cats too. One of ours doesn't believe in food unless it's like one particular like kind of food and not in like a oh she's a picky eater or whatever. She just like doesn't recognize things as food items unless it is like the food thing that she has always had. She's very strange. She's too fat and she only eats sometimes, so it is. Yeah, that makes sense. Keeps the cats happy that way. And honestly, having routines like that are supposed to be good for cats, regardless. So, not a bad solution. One only eats one kind of dry food and wet food. We will literally rather starve. Okay, so we're kind of in the same boat. You know, mine doesn't like get pouty about it, more just like genuinely confused. Like she'll bat it around, being like, "What is this?" Like she doesn't recognize it. Like it's weird. I don't know how to explain it. It's not like a cat being stubborn. It's just like she doesn't understand. And he will eat concrete if we let him. Yeah, I feel like that's probably the worst problem. I would rather have a picky cat than a cat that was constantly like trying to eat everything. Say just let him? Oh, man. I mean, I let a cat try and eat her cat litter once because she was trying to do that for like forever. And finally, we were just like, well, fuck it. She needs to learn some way. Luckily, she didn't get sick. She just kind of like puked it up once and was just like, why did you let me do that? She just kind of like felt betrayed, I guess, for like a week and then got over it. But I feel like that was that was like an exception to how that usually goes. Recently he really likes paper bags and cardboard. He is so loud with it too. Oh, that's funny. Right now, our one cat has a fixation with boxes. She's in that if it fits, I sits phase. And she gets very territorial over her boxes now, which is kind of cute because she's not a very aggressive cat, even when she's upset. She just kind of whines. So if we try and take her box, she just like starts crying like a child. It's really cute, and I feel really bad every time. Like 3 a.m., you just hear him loudly rip apart and eat paper bags we gave him to play with. Man. Yeah, luckily my cats were never like that so much. Like I already told you guys the story about how our youngest one decided to climb up onto the walls when we first got her. But aside from that, they're like relatively tame. Hasn't really been an issue. Luckily. Okay, maybe if I do the hands on a separate layer, that'll be easier. I want to get the skull looking right. I don't really want to fight with that for another 4 hours like I did last time. Do that on a separate layer. Let's make that invisible for now, and I'll fight with that later. Fucker is literally insane. Maybe I'll later film his zoomies. Oh man. I love cat zoomies. Oh, hi there. Didn't even realize that while I was gone, one of the cats decided to hide up in the window behind me. Scared the shit out of me when she woke up. Hey, you. You good? Goofball. She jumped down from the window and took like 3 steps and then just kind of looked at me all offended. I don't know what I did wrong. But apparently whatever it is, it's my fault. Hold on. Yeah, maybe I want to make this bigger around the outside. Forgot how fast you get cursed NSFW images of Undertale. Oh god. I am very lucky that I missed that entirely. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I want to do like a thick outline of the outline from the start. If I do it that way, it'll be a little easier to get some readability. If it's going to be tiny, I want it to at least like be visible. As like, this is going to have text and stuff in it as well. It's going to be a little bit rough. Still not exactly sure how big I'm going to need to make the text so it's readable. So there's going to be a little bit of trial and error either way, I think. Hold on. There we go. Cheat a little bit with the stabilizer. I don't like having it on, but my linesmanship is not what it used to be. We will have to take a little bit of the assistance here. God. Yeah, no, seeing how people talk about the Undertale community, I'm really glad I didn't end up getting into that. Like, it's a good game. Don't get me wrong. But the community for it is wild. Like, actually crazy. Yeah, I think I like that better. Keep with that. That. And kind of like that. Keep it like a gentle-ish curve. I think that's the play there. The game is good, but if the community burned, you'd add fuel and cackle in the background. I mean, that's fair. I feel like that's a lot of game communities, though, to be honest. I don't know what it is about video games. But, I mean, I guess it's the same with, like, other media, too. It's like movies and books also attract some, curious individuals, but sometimes more than others. Not all the community is bad. That is true. Within a community that large, it will be bad. Yeah, yeah. I guess like there's a point that you hit a critical mass with any fandom, where eventually shit just kind of gets weird and gross. Just the size of the community, tbh. Yeah, I mean that's true. Like it's probably just like a selection bias thing, honestly. Like the bigger the community is, the more likely you're going to run into like the extra weird shit. Maybe we just get rid of this for now. Don't need that line to be there. Clear that out. We'll get in like the main structure. We'll go back in if we need to. In a game with the sizes of that community is problematic, like Genshin, for example. I mean, Genshin, like especially, people are not normal about that game. Like, I considered myself like pretty lucky that I fell off the gotcha bandwagon when that came out, because there is some crazy shit that I've seen come out of that community. They are they are very not normal about most of the characters in that game. Large community equals bad people. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's like a selection thing. When you have a large like concentration of people like that, that also means that like more pieces of shit kind of get in contact with each other. So they kind of like concentrate themselves. That makes sense. I don't know. That's kind of how I look at it. Anyway, I'm sure there's like studies and stuff on like how that actually works. If I was more curious, I would probably look into it because like stuff like that is kind of interesting in like a weird, almost I don't know, like Schadenfreude kind of way. I don't know. At least for Undertale, the dev isn't shitty and racist. That is true. As far as the indie devs go, Toby Fox seems like one of the good ones. I hope he is. Yeah, at least who knows what will come in the next 3 to 5 years. I mean, it's been around for so long, I doubt there is anything at this point. I mean, I hope so. But then again, I've been around on the internet long enough to know better than to put people up on pedestals like that. That is kind of just a recipe for disaster, no matter how you slice it. Now you trust Toby? I mean, I would like to. I don't know. Like, I don't have anything against him. Like, so far, like, it's not one of those situations where, like, just something about it gives me the heebie jeebies. Like, everything that I've seen from Toby Fox makes me think that he's, like, a good human being. But I don't know. I'm just, like, naturally distrusting. There we go. We get our curated memes here. Gathered concern. That's a good one. I like that. Okay. Well, that's fun. I do like this one. This one's probably my favorite. A little unrelated, but a very good pick. I like it. It's good. You're trusting people left years ago? Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, I don't know. I was never all that trusting of people to begin with. Like, well, no. How do I explain this? Because, like, I have a pretty high initial trust level, mostly because I'm so, like, laissez faire about most shit. Like, most of the shit I do doesn't matter. And most of the shit that people can do to me doesn't really matter to me. So, like, by default, I'm usually, like, pretty accepting of people just by default, like, regardless of whether or not they're a piece of shit or not. But, like, I'm always, like, prepared for the, like, eventuality of somebody being, like, an asshole or, like, an actual garbage human being. And then at that point, I'm just like, okay, well, that's fine. We can just leave them, and that's fine. That's not going to cause any problems. Like I'm not so invested in other people, which sounds kind of psychotic when I put it that way. But that's kind of where I'm at. You know, you saw a specific one of Papyrus that was all the way back on Amino. He was still in that fandom. It was probably lost to time. Yeah, I mean, like there's so many. Like you were saying, like the fandom's so huge. Like people have so many memes. Like trying to find like a specific version of a specific one of a specific character is going to be rough. To be honest, as a creator, your biggest worry is someone finding something taken so far out of context or faking something that I'm just ruining your entire shit. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing is like that shit happens so often where you see like these massive scandals that break out and everybody turns on the creator instantly. And then like 6 months later, you find out, oh, that actually wasn't the case. That was just somebody like stirring shit. Yeah, shit happens all the time. Can't escape it. That's the internet for you. is people will just kind of get bored and decide to just like try and ruin people's lives for no reason. And that kind of terrifies me. Not necessarily for myself, because like if somebody tried to like destroy my life, I'd just be like, okay, I'm just gonna go on a vacation. I'll come back in 6 months. If it was like real bad. But like, I don't know. I feel like I've got the lack of emotional investment to just kind of not care. But then again, like I don't have a whole lot of people watching me. So like if there was like a big group, I'd probably like fold. Like that would be a lot of pressure to deal with. We had friends who would have done that to you if you wouldn't give them stuff to do. So, yeah, that's crazy. If people cut you out of groups because of shit like that, you know, they wouldn't have had access to your socials. They would have. Oh, if they would have had access to your socials, they would have done that. You're paranoid and keep proof of a lot of things, random screenshots, etc. I mean, that's like, unfortunately, that's a really good mentality to have on the internet. Like, whenever you're having an interaction with anybody, it's just like always keep receipts, right? Because you never know. And it kind of goes both ways, too. Like, it covers your ass in case they decide to do something, but also if, like, something happens and you need to have it for, like, another reason, it's just good to have. People that make up shit just to ruin someone's life can go dig a hole for themselves. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Because, like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, surely there's a better way to use your time on this earth than just, like, make other people's lives difficult for no reason, right? Like that's what I would assume, but clearly that's not the case. Like clinically paranoid, like mental disorder kind, so it's stressful, but you're safe. Yeah, I mean, like I can understand that. Like I totally get how people develop that sort of thing. Like for like to the point where it's like an actual clinical disorder. Like especially when they spend a lot of time on the internet because like shit is wild out here. Like it is so easy to just like bump into a random stranger that you have no idea who they are or what they're about. And it is entirely possible that just like at the snap of a finger they decide like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna fuck with this random person that I've never met and will never meet again. Just, for fun. Can't do shit to you. You got screenshots and chats from 2017 still. Yeah, I mean, it, it sucks, but better safe than sorry. It's like you see stories all the time about people just kind of, calling it quits if things get a little too hot. And then it comes out later that no, actually, they were not a piece of shit. They were just the target of another piece of shit. And seeing that stuff makes me sad. Experiences with people and then learn trusting is a very poor choice. That will now be paranoid for the rest of your life. I mean, yeah, that's all it takes, right? Here's one bad experience, and then after that, it's like, well, no, like you can't let myself do that again. It's just not worth it. Like even the possible gains of trusting somebody doesn't make up for like the eventuality of having somebody do shit to you, you know? Oh no, I totally get that. That makes complete sense to me. That's kind of where I'm at. But like I said, I'm usually pretty relaxed towards a lot of behavior that people have. Like, so long as it's not hurting anybody, I don't really care. I'll just kind of go with whatever. But, like, that also kind of extends to the point where, like, yeah, no, if somebody's actually just, like, a piece of shit and, like, actively ruining my life, I will just, like, get up and disappear. I will go out for a milk run and never come back. You'll, like, trust them, but you keep tabs on and receipts on everything and do not rely on it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I feel like that's just internet safety. Because, like, it's good to trust people. You know, like, we're humans. That's kind of what we're about. That's kind of how we survive. We're like pack animals or whatever. But like if you can get like your social needs while also like covering your ass from shit like that, then I mean that's kind of the best case scenario. Is like part of being social is making yourself vulnerable in a lot of ways, which is uncomfortable for a number of reasons, like even at the best of times, but like especially online, it can be very iffy. Hold on. Was I? No, I wasn't really drawing. Yeah, I mean, like that one's kind of got like decently big teeth on that. This one, not so much. But I mean, a little bit. I don't know. We're not exactly hitting total consistency with these emotes, but that's fine. This is, after all, just like a meme emote. It doesn't have to look perfect. I just want it to look readable. Everything else is kind of whatever. I do like big gums. What does that look like? Yeah, we'll leave it like that. I think that's gonna be fine. I think that's fine. Just like that. You feel differently about the topic, but maybe that's because I saw quite a few cases. I mean, that's fair. Like, the lived experience thing is important. It's like seeing a lot of not so good shit online, or hell, even in real life, is a great way to turn you off of a lot of behavior that you otherwise would have thought was okay, right? Yeah, everyone's experiences are different, and everyone And like the way that people perceive them are different too. Exactly. No, I agree with Jinx. There's like a lot of stuff that happens. Like people can have shared experiences, but it's also one of those things like what lessons do you take away from those experiences? Like that's also like unique from person to person. Yeah, like one person's experience isn't less valid than another's. Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's just yeah, they react differently. And for me, the way Black is describing things is more red flag in the end, just because trolling, hating on the internet, haha. I mean, like it's one of those things. It's like a cyber safety thing, right? And like it's not really anything that like somebody teaches you. But like if you're gonna put yourself out there and like you want to interact with people online, like it is kind of important to at least like keep a paper trail of things you do, just in like the off chance that you need them for whatever reason. Like not even necessarily for like a bad reason, but like it's good to have stuff like that. It's like back in the old days where you used to keep correspondence when you were like mailing back and forth to people. Like you would keep their letters, even if it's just for like nostalgia or whatever. And like in the off chance you needed them for something, it was always good to have them. It seems like trolling if someone is talking about it. But if it were to happen to you, you might react the same. You never know until you go through the motions. That's true. I think that's a good way of thinking about it. Is like not even necessarily like experiencing it yourself, but like watching it happen to somebody that you know can kind of put the gears in motion in a lot of ways. Because like even if it doesn't affect you directly, watching like enough negative interactions online honestly should kind of dissuade you from interacting online in general. Like I know that was the case for me for a lot of the time. Like just being in online spaces where people were pieces of shit on the regular kind of made me think like, oh, maybe the internet is not for me. Maybe I'll just like go back and live under a rock. And like I was kind of okay with that, honestly. But it's one of those things that like there's a reason people want to be on the internet. Like there's a lot of good people on here. There's a lot of unique things that you can't experience otherwise. Like there's a lot of worth by putting yourself kind of at risk of these situations. So like I'm not gonna devalue somebody's desire to like go out and like do things and meet people online. But at the same time, like I'm also not going to like put down somebody's feeling that they need to cover themselves or need to like look after themselves in a way that makes them feel safe in order to interact with people. Like if that limits their ability to interact, like in general, then I mean like that's an issue that they kind of need to work out. But at the same time, like I can't really fault them for it because like especially online, like sometimes things are just not good. And it can be very difficult to tell when things are not good until it's kind of too late to do anything about it, or even further still, like after the fact, you can look back and be like, oh yeah, no, maybe talking to these people on this message board or whatever was maybe not the best idea. It's stuff like that. It's all a learning experience. Yeah, like Intercy makes a really good point where like perfect cybersecurity like isn't possible. Like in the eventuality that you run into somebody who, like, genuinely decides that they want to do you harm, there's not a whole lot you can really do about it. It's like locking your door, is kind of how I would put it, if you'd like an analogy. Like, you can lock your door, and it makes you feel safer, and that has value in of itself. But, like, the reality is, if somebody wants into your house, they will get into your house. A locked door will not dissuade somebody who genuinely wants to do you harm. But locking the door still makes you feel better, right? And it could stop some people. You know, it dissuades, I would say, a majority of people who are like low investment into that sort of thing, right? So I still think there's value in like taking precautions and stuff. It's more so like not inviting misfortune on you, right? Like, don't go asking for trouble. And in so doing, like, you kind of go and you take precautions on your own to kind of avoid bad situations that you have seen happen before. I think that's a pretty human reaction to that sort of thing. I mean, the more boring you are, the less they will use advantage of you because it's not so fun. That's also true, which is kind of a thing that you have to learn to balance in like kind of any social setting, really. But no, that is true. Like, if you don't want to be the target of somebody, if you just make yourself look like a bad enough target, then like most of the time, excuse me, people will just get bored. But again, that's also not a guarantee. And also, a lot of people don't want to be perceived as boring. They want to be interesting. They want to attract people. They want to get people in to like build community or friendship or whatever, right? So like being boring is kind of like antithetical to their other goals. So it's kind of a balancing act if you want to take that approach, which like for a lot of people will work like just fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. I don't want to insinuate that going out of your way to do something like that is ineffective because it can work. It absolutely can. But at the same time, like sometimes people don't want to do that. You need to find like different ways of going about it. Like, yeah, you kind of just need to find an approach that works for you, is basically what I'm getting at, I think. Yeah, in the end, world continues. So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And, like, it's different for everybody. Like, everyone has a different experience with this sort of thing. Some people can go their whole internet careers or whatever without having to worry about, like, a single bad actor. And they can just luck out and go through things and everything's fine. And that's good. That's great. Like, I feel very happy for them. Unfortunately, that's not like a universal experience, and sometimes people just get really bad luck, and they have to deal with a lot of bad actors. And as a result, they kind of have to develop mechanisms for them to, like, help cope if they want to continue being, or, like, continue doing the things that they want to do. But no, it's different for everybody. Anyway, rant aside, Black messaged me like 10 minutes ago about a thing. Let me see what this is. Yeah, now Jinx and I kind of seem like we're on the same page with that one. Like, there's always a chance that somebody's just gonna be like incredibly massive piece of shit and just like try and fuck with people anyway. That's just life. Anyway, I have no idea what this is.
They'll pay for this. I promise. Forever. But sorry, Caboose. Not this time. Stop it.
I like how there's like a fan account for Tucker and Caboose. That's very funny to me. And statistically, from what we work with, not really, but maybe sometimes if they know you socially. I mean, that's also another thing. That's kind of like a separate concern. If somebody you know in real life decides to like e-stalk you, that is probably like statistically like a more common thing to have to deal with. Like especially for women. For like me, I don't have to worry about that shit. I don't use social media all that much. Like even for like the channel or whatever, I don't really interact that much, and I don't really put my stuff out online. Also, like I'm an ugly 30 something white dude, not exactly like a primary hit list candidate for that sort of shit, right? But like most of like the serious cases would be it's the same sort of statistic ratio, I guess, for like murders and stuff like that. Like most murders that are committed by someone who like is very familiar with the victim, like usually family or friends, right? Yeah, it's the same sort of thing there, where like statistically it's more common for like these things to happen, but like that doesn't mean that it's impossible for other things to happen outside of the statistic regularity. And if it happens to somebody once, then like it makes perfect sense that they would be predisposed to make uh I forget the word, but like considerations towards it in the future to be like more careful to make sure that that sort of thing doesn't happen again. Because like even if they've seen it like removed from themselves, if they see it happen to like a friend or something, then like that's still a little too close for comfort for a lot of people. So like I can absolutely see that being one of those things that like even if it's not statistically likely or even like realistically plausible for something to happen, it still makes sense for people to take precautions. You know, especially if you're like generally a more careful individual. I think that makes good sense. Because again, like don't go inviting misfortune upon yourself. It's like if you're aware of of a thing that could happen to you that could be bad, and you have the ability to like with minimal effort avoid that thing, then I think you should probably avoid that thing. That's that's usually how I live my life. Anyway, yeah, the chances of being killed by a cow are small but never zero. Yeah, it's just like a respect thing. Like the same way you have a respect for nature when you're like out for a hike or like working out in a field or whatever. Like I think it's important to have like the same sort of respect for your environment kind of no matter where you are. And sometimes that shows up in different ways. And like online especially because like we've like just gotten out of like the Wild West days of the internet for the most part. So like we're still figuring stuff out. The internet's still changing quite regularly. Things are things are constantly kind of in flux. Like it's not like a stable ecosystem. So it kind of makes sense to be a little bit more cautious. Yeah, I agree with you guys with most things. But in your head, the bar is pretty high for it to be treated serious. I mean, that's the thing. Is like it depends on how serious you want to take stuff. It like you get out what you put in. Is I think a good way of putting it. Because like if you don't value or like find your presence online to be particularly important to who you are as a person, then yeah, no, like if somebody tries to like stir shit up and like pin it on your online handle, then like yeah, you just step away from the internet and it's fine. Like, you just drop it. But if the internet's important to you and like spending time there is important to you, then it makes sense that you would want to like go and take precautions. You would want to do a little bit more than someone who otherwise would just be like, oh, well, people are being mean to me online, so I'm just going to not be online for a while. Which like, both are valid. Both are completely valid things. So your mom hates talking to you lately. She said your field curled your brain. I mean, I don't know about that. It just kind of puts things into a different perspective for you, right? Like you've got other concerns, like especially with the field of study that you're doing. Like you're going to be exposed to like very different kinds of problems than like the average person would, right? Yeah, no, like everyone's opinions are valid. Like nobody is wrong here, is what I'm getting at. Like basically all I'm trying to say, I guess, is that like it's valid for people to make, different informed decisions based on their life experiences, and like I wouldn't fault them for that, even if I think sometimes is a little silly and a little bit much. I think the feeling of security one can bring themselves has value on its own, and I choose to recognize that maybe a little bit more than like the actual reality of the situation for them when they're online. Like it can be a little bit different depending on like the exact situation, and I think it's usually a little bit more different in like in meet space if I'm talking to somebody, but like largely online, doing what makes you feel secure, I think is okay. Like that's why I don't bash people who use like VPNs or whatever. Like me, I don't care. If a website is going to see my IP, they're going to see my IP. I'm not that bothered by it, right? Now, granted, I don't go on like black web shit or like torrent websites or anything like that anymore. So like not necessarily that big of a deal for me specifically, but that's my situation, so it is what it is there. Somebody else feels the need to use stuff like that or take like other kinds of precautions, stuff like that. I think that's fine. Yeah, now problems of most people are so small to me it's funny. Recommend this to overthinkers. I mean, it can kind of go either way. Because like I know that's a big issue out here, at least, where we have like the suburban women, which sounds a little off, but just bear with me. There's like a subset of people over here, at least. It's probably the same in Europe to a different degree, but like here we've got like a different like societal standard, so it's a little bit more prevalent. Anyway, there's like a demographic of people who are like typically white women, typically like young adults, like 18 to 25, who spend a lot of time consuming like true crime media, which like I don't have anything against. Like I like true crime stuff. Like I find that stuff interesting, so I will also engage in that. But they consume it to the point that they become paranoid about it, and they start to like stew over like these grand conspiracies. and they start to like be really paranoid that like, oh, like this is gonna happen to me. This stuff is like happening all the time. Like it's super common, even if it really isn't. And they kind of let that get into their head. Like it's kind of an exposure without like any academic analysis, I guess would be the way I would explain it. Is like they see these things and they are exposed to them so often because they consume so much media that talks about it, that in their head it becomes an everyday occurrence, and then that makes them paranoid. Yeah, yeah. Well, that happens only because you only listened to the cases and did not study the whole field of psychiatry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, okay. No, we're on the same page then. I don't know if that's like the best way of me explaining it, but I think the idea of like the exposure without analysis is kind of like the main crux there for like kind of the whole topic we've been on as a whole generally. I think because like there's oh, what's the name of that? There's like a psychological thing. I'm completely blanking on it, but the whole thing where like the less you know about a topic, the more you feel like you're an expert on it. Ah, I forget the name. Maybe somebody here knows what that is. You can help me out here. But like that's a very real thing that people experience very regularly on like a vast number of topics. And like especially when it comes to things that are worrying or could like potentially result in things not going well for you, like having that sort of like symptom of like assuming you're an expert even though you don't really know much about the field can be really dangerous to your mental health. Anxiety, there's like a thing, there's like an actual like psychological term for it. I forget what it is. um uh hold on, let me see. Let me try and Google this. I'll see if I can find the actual term. Totally, after 4 years, I feel so lost. I always say depends, maybe. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like the more you know about a thing, the more nuance you're familiar with. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Open image in new tab. This thing. There's yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's the name I'm looking for. Yeah. The experience where like if you would know nothing about a field, you're just like, yeah, I don't know anything. But as soon as you start to learn a little bit, you think, yeah, I know everything. And you can see on the graph here, like eventually you kind of like, oh, there's more going on here. It's like, oh, I'm never gonna understand this. Like, okay, I kind of understand like a little bit. And then by the end, you're like, yeah, trust me, it's complicated. That's basically like everything that a human can experience kind of applies to this effect. Like as soon as you know a little bit, like as soon as you dip your feet in a little bit to a topic or like an experience or something like that, I think it's kind of human nature to assume that you've kind of have like the full experience of a thing, even if you've only experienced it once or twice. But the more you're subjected to a thing, like the more nuances and the more like complexity you start to notice. So yeah, no, I think that's how like most things are. Yeah, no, Dunning Kruger effect. Thank you. It is not in the article that I took this graph from. Instead, they just keep talking about like influence and shit and like a bunch of big words like spectra and cultivars. But yeah, no, Dunning Kruger effect was the was the name I was looking for. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do that. And I need to go and work out what I'm doing with the hands here. I don't know how in depth I feel like making these. I do need to make that bigger though. I want to keep kind of the same sort of line width going here. Well, hold on. If we just get rid of that, just delete that entirely. We just like start over here. Even honestly, even that skull alone is good. I mean, it's not bad. I kind of want to get the hands in just to like complete the meme. But I'm also not against just like putting in the skull. It might help the readability a little bit, but if I do this right, it'll it'll make things look a little bit better, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being picky. Not that I've ever been picky before, mind you. This is a new experience. Maybe thinner line then to differentiate better. Maybe. Yeah, because like I don't know if going through and doing something like that. Hold on. Let me just put in this one real quick. I don't know. Be picky all you want. You're the one working on it. That's true. I guess I can just fiddle with this for the next like 30 years if I really wanted to. As it happens, I don't. I don't want to do that. But I could. The option is there. That does not look like hands at all. Yeah, now building it up like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, instead of like painting that, we're just gonna like try and draw that, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'll fight with that later. If I decide to change it, I will. Otherwise, I think the skull on its own might just be okay. We have the concern up at the top. That's something. We'll just go and do some coloring. I think that's what we should do here. Put a random free to use PNG of realistic hands. Genius. That would be very funny. Like if I knew that would like show up well in the emote format, I would absolutely consider that. Just have like the Getty image like watermark over it and everything. That would be very funny. Do it. Oh my god. Can I even find thing? Let's see. Clasped hands stock image. Maybe not clasped. Maybe use like praying hands. Hmm. Okay. So we have options. We could do something like this that would like kind of fit. Or we could do like some like flesh and blood hands. Copy paste that shit out. On here, hold on. Let me grab this. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay, now this is Getty Images. So I don't. Oh, that's another thing that I'm like super concerned about. Actually, now that we've gotten to this point, is like I'm like super paranoid that I'm gonna like grab a reference image or something and it's gonna be like AI generated art, and that's gonna like really annoy me. There we go. Move that down. Rotate that up like so. Should be about there. Just that stuff. Delete. There we go. It's perfect. Look at it. Amazing. Art. Chef's kiss. Exactly. Why is that? Like that. Here we go. Had a little blank spot that I forgot. Excuse me. Wait, hold on. Now we do the eyes in this. Always do the eyes in the red. That is what we're doing. Fill this in, make this nice and clean. All nice and neat and tidy. I don't have to go back and clean that up later. And we'll do inside the nose. Can't forget that. There we go. Yeah, I mean, if my pen does die, like maybe I'll just become one of those artists that only use the hard round pen. You guys seen those? Those guys are crazy. Like seeing some of the like insane art that some people can do with like no pen pressure sensitivity, like no nothing. They just like they're like basically just using MS Paint. And though those people scare me a little bit. There we go. Get that. Now we need to put in our highlights. Which we'll probably want to accentuate the shape of the brows here. Just to really sell the expression. Go. I mean, the one upside of having like super thick lines done from the start is that it makes coloring in a lot easier. I am kind of a fan of that. We didn't get it like perfect the first time, but it's a lot easier to clean up. And then we can just go back and do the teeth. If I can switch to the pen tool, please. Computer, why are you like this? Let me have nice things. There we go. I mean, that's not bad. I think I'll do another outline layer. Oh, God. Like how I did with the little kitty cats. Have them kind of look like stickers almost. I think that kind of helps. I think that makes the emote stand out a little bit nicer. At least that way it's like light or dark mode agnostic. Because like I usually only ever have Twitch in dark mode, so like sometimes the darker emotes don't stand out. Which is usually the ones that I use, especially since I don't use like a 100% black as my outline color. I usually only go to like 90%. So if we have like a nice little rim light on the outside, I think that'll be better. If we inverse selection, put in a new layer down underneath everything. Pure white there. Fill that in. There we go. We're getting this down to a science. And then we go filter, correction, adjust line width. Bump that up by 15. There we go. Looks like an actual thing. And it looks a lot cleaner than the earlier ones that I did as well. That's not bad. I don't hate that. I don't think I'll keep the photorealistic inked hands in though. We will put that in. And then we'll make this bigger just so we can make that stand out as much as possible. Here, look at us. We spent a whole week doing 2 emotes last week, and now in one day we have 3 emotes done. This is character progression. There we go. Make that nice and big so it fits. And we will save so that we don't have to do that again. And export. And save. go. Alright, let's load this one in. Our last slot. And then we will have all of our emotes. Will be a real channel. There we go. Now, for some reason, my one cat is still pending approval. But everything else has already been accepted. That's very funny to me. We can let the concern meme go through. That's no problem. Yeah. I mean, it shows up nice on stream when it's bouncing around. It's a little tiny in chat. But as long as I have the, excuse me. As long as I have the thing up on stream that lets the emotes bounce around, I think that's gonna be okay. I'll be fine for now anyway. We might go back and tweak it a little bit. I think having the hands in there might be important for readability. It is very funny to see those bounce around, though. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so we got that done. I do kind of want to get started on the little animations for the cats here, because I think that'll be really cute. I kind of want to just like keep them in this position and just kind of have them. I wonder if there's a way to like set up an animation. If I do it in like a GIF format, but I have like the image randomly bounce around the screen, or like a section of the screen, I probably wouldn't do the whole thing, because I would want it to like. I would want the thing that I'm working on to be visible. But maybe if I just have it like bounce around in like the leftmost third of the screen and just kind of have the cats wandering, I think that would be really fun. I think that could be kind of cool. I don't know. I'll have to come up with some ideas for that. I don't know exactly what I want to do yet. But I do know I want to have the cats do something on screen. As cool as it is just to have them like chilling out here, I would like to have a little bit more, you know? Something a little bit more engaging, something a little bit more appealing. I might also go back and like change the like orientation of how the cats are sitting here, because they're just kind of floating in space right now. Which like is fine. Like I'm chilling with it. You can put the cats up here, which will look a little bit cleaner after Pride Month when I don't have like all the flags taped to my head. But that's an idea. I don't know. We'll see. I could have them like floating around. Probably like underneath the chat layer. Because like that might be a little annoying if it cuts off the text, but I don't know. I'll have to think on it. For now though, they will sit right here. So that they can keep me company. Other than that, though, we've been going for about 4.5 hours now. So, I'm going to call it quits before my voice, like, dies again. Because I do want to stream tomorrow. Because Isle Weaver comes out. And I want to do some of that. I don't know when I'll stream it. It might be later on Wednesday, because Wednesday's usually my day off. I got some stuff I need to do. But I'll probably go and do the, like, any of the story stuff that they have in Isle Weaver. And then after that's done, we get to like grinding or whatever. I might pop stream on for a little bit. You guys coming out tomorrow? Yeah, I've got it marked down on my calendar. I am ready for it. But yeah, I might stream that for a little bit. Just like jump in, do some grinding, get all the new goodies. Because apparently it's in Duviri, from what I understand, so that'll be fun. There's also the Valkyr rework and the new Warframe that's coming out. and I want to play both of those a bunch. So I'll probably do some of that. Mess around with some stuff on stream. I think that might be a good time. I don't know how long that stream will be. Back to Duviri we go. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that. I'm really glad that they're building that up more, because that's a lot of fun. AKA D said back to the Shadow Realms. yeah, kind of unironically. It's like, no, you need to go and traumatize your drifter more. Go have fun. But yeah, that's going to be tomorrow's plan. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to make any promises, but that's kind of what I want to try and do. But I will end it here today for now, because I can already feel my voice starting to give out a little bit. I have talked too much for a man who could not talk at all yesterday. I'm happy that my voice has survived 4 hours. That means I should be good. The worst should be over. So the rest of the week should continue as normal. Now all the emotes are done, I kind of need to think of like another project to do. Because like on Thursday, if I do the cat animation stuff, that shouldn't take more than a day. Unless I get like really obsessive about it and we get like hella sidetracked. After seeing they have to go back to Defuri, be like, yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'm excited for tomorrow. All right, I'm gonna stop talking before everything starts to like fail and like I rip my throat out or something. That would be antithetical to my streaming goals. But have a good night. Everyone get some rest at some point. I know you can do it. I believe in you. Thank you for stopping by today. It was fun spending time with y'all. And I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then I will be back on Thursday. And we'll work on some cute cat animations, okay? Okay. Bye-bye.